teachers? Or furthermore, the incubation period of PEP? At what point will the intended experiences and results be realized? At the secondary level, which I'm a part of, concerns continue to emerge regarding students' fatigue, uneven mastery of core concepts, anxiety surrounding assessments, and whether the curriculum has unintentionally become more demanding without becoming more meaningful. Is there a disconnect between the primary curriculum and the secondary curriculum? And perhaps this is where honest educational reflection must begin. For educational reform carries with it uncomfortable possibilities. What if our intentions are right, but our implementation is flawed? What if we have changed the structure of assessment, but not sufficiently transformed the culture of learning? What if we are producing students who can complete tasks yet struggle to think critically, communicate effectively, or transfer knowledge across contexts? Meaningful reforms demand more than policy changes. It demands continuous review, evidence-based reflection, teacher empowerment, parental partnership, and the willingness to confront unintended consequences. We must therefore ask, are we assessing what truly matters? Have we sufficiently prepared teachers for this philosophical shift? Are students becoming deeper thinkers or simply younger managers of academic pressures? Is the curriculum cultivating curiosity or merely increasing performance anxiety? And are equity gaps narrowing or widening? And at what point do rigor and overload becomes indistinguishable? And perhaps the most important question of all, how do we ensure that the spirit of PEP does not become lost in the mechanics of PEP? Today must not simply be a discussion about examinations. It must be a discussion about the kind of Jamaican citizens we want to develop, rather. It must be about whether our curriculum is truly preparing learners not only to pass assessments, but to navigate life, contribute meaningfully to society, and think critically within an increasingly complex world. I am confident that our presenters this morning will engage us in a thorough interrogation of the primary curriculum to glean recommendations for further advancements. If education incubation is to be successful, then review cannot be viewed as failure. Review is wisdom, reflection is responsibility, and reform must always remain open to refinement. May today's conversation challenge assumptions, inspire innovation, and move us closer towards an education system that is rigorous yet humane, ambitious yet balanced, and transformative, not only in policy, but in practice. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. President, for your very thoughtful words, your insights, your questions, most importantly. It is always the mark of a good teacher when he or she engages the listener in contemplating questions, and we thank you for your thoughtfulness. I wish to correct myself. I referred earlier to Mrs. Terrian Gale. It's Mrs. Terrian Thomas Gale, my apologies, who is the acting CEO of the Ministry of Education, Jamaica. At this time, I'd invite Professor Zoya Kincaid-Clark to bring greetings on behalf of the School of Education, UWI Mona.
Good morning, colleagues. I stand on the protocols which have already been observed and established. I'm representing Professor Carmel Roof, who, though she really wished she could be here, she's unavoidably absent as she is in another session. And so, greetings, colleagues. It's great to see the numerous persons, faces, and different representations here in this room. And Prof. Roof just wants to say that this conversation on education being hosted under the main theme, philosophy, policy, and educational practice, exploring the experiences of practitioners with its focus on the formal curriculum, sits at the heart of education in Jamaica today. The focal point or the nexus of this conversation draws our attention to what happens when ideologies in the form of policy meet curriculum practice. So she notes that in one of her journal articles, in one of her research publications on the primary curriculum, she noted that the success of curriculum policy and the success of critical curriculum policy resides in the interplay between policy and practice and the merits of policy in yielding expected results once implemented. In another of her studies published in 2020, she also noted that curriculum as a place is critical to students' development and life chances, as students will make meaning of what they have learned based on their situatedness, based on their context. And so the point of all this is that context matters. It matters in relation to the philosophies that guide policies, it matters in how policies are implemented, and it matters in relation to the experiences of the practitioners who are implementing the curriculum, and it matters to the outcome that are realized, and it matters more importantly in how those matters and how these experiences are perceived. And so today, as we deliberate, we hope that the insights from the experiences of the practitioners operating at the different levels of Jamaica's early childhood system will allow us to further understand the ways in which context matters. An observation of the topics for the speakers on the program is that deliberate and commendable attempt is being made amongst the planners of this session to connect the transition points of primary and secondary, the primary and secondary curriculum, and the experiences children bring from the primary context into the secondary curriculum. However, of note is that there is a missing element of the transition point between early childhood and primary. And within my context as an early childhood specialist, this is a critical matter because we understand that children don't just fail when they enter primary school. It is the challenges they face and the challenges they bring into the primary school, which also has a significant impact on their outcomes in primary school and well into their secondary schooling. And so this is important. It is important that we have this conversation because the ripple effect is being felt in the education system at this point. And so colleagues, as you deliberate today and as we have critical discourse, we also want to add to the conversation considerations about how conversations on education can help us wrestle with and deconstruct the carnality and that resides within us, and that helps evoke biases which prevent us from allowing policy and practice to achieve the intended outcomes. Colleagues, as you engage in this meaningful conversation today, we trust that we will all leave here with solutions that will further strengthen how we do, what we do, and how we plan to offer the highest quality education for not just some, but for all Jamaica's children.
We thank Professor Zoya Kincaid-Clark for her message on behalf of the Director of the School of Education here at the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. At this time, I'm inviting Mrs. Celia Brown, who is a director of the Philosophy of Education movement, to come and to introduce our keynote speaker. Mrs. Brown.
I beg to stand on the protocols established. A pleasant morning to you all. Dr. Dion Edwards-Carr is the Dean Faculty of Humanities and Education. She has a distinguished academic profile in educational research policy and assessment. Her career reflects a deep interdisciplinary foundation, beginning with a Bachelor's of Science in Economics and Management with honors and a Master's of Science in Economics from the University of the West Indies, Mona. Motivated by a passion for educational development, Dr. Edwards Carr transitioned into the field of education, completing a diploma in teaching education at Sam Sharp Teachers College in collaboration with the University of the West Indies, Mona. She then went on to earn a Master's of Science in Educational Research and a Doctor of Philosophy, PhD, in Educational Studies from the University of Manchester, United Kingdom, further deepening her expertise in educational systems, methodologies, and reform. Dr. Edwards Carr has led and contributed to numerous regional research initiatives, resulting in the authorship of 17 technical reports addressing special education policy, curriculum renewal, and education transformation across the Caribbean. These projects were conducted in partnership with ministries of education, international development agencies, and regional education bodies, underscoring her impact on policy and educational strategy at system-wide levels. Dr. Carr's scholarly output includes influential texts such as Reimagining Education in the Commonwealth Caribbean and forthcoming Right Start Performance in Early Childhood Education in Jamaica. Her peer-reviewed articles such as Locating School Violence in Urban Inner-City Schools in Jamaica and Transforming from Basic Schools to Grade 1, Early Child Identification of Students at Risk for Reading Difficulties, highlight Carr's commitment to equity, access, and early intervention in education. Dr. Carr has also contributed to several co-authored monographs and book chapters, reinforcing her standing as a partnership-oriented scholar and a thought leader in regional education. Her work is widely recognized for blending rigorous research with actionable insights for improving educational outcomes. It is indeed an honor to present to you our keynote speaker and a past lecturer from the Masters of Education and Planning and Philosophy, our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Dion Carr.
Yes. You can tell that I'm from the last century because even with new technology, you still walk with the paper. You can tell, right? The 20th century hasn't left me. Oh, I know I have a thing now. All right, no problem. Okay, good morning, colleagues. I'm going to ask you to just relax a little bit. And although we're in the UWI's library and the PVC is here, I'm going to ask him to even relax just a little bit. Because I want to raise something with us this morning that these are not things we don't know. You know, I mean, so as Dean too, I would like to welcome our CEO of the Ministry of Education, and to the faculty. She's no stranger to us. Welcome, Mr. Ware, and welcome, Madam President. Once president, always president. Right? So, which one it is? That one? So this is all my problem, right? Because I was really asked so this thing could be queued, but in my life, still the wrong one. It's the PDF. There's no PDF here. Yeah. Yeah, that's no. So you have to put that down, get to the PDF. All right, there it is now. All right, as I said, I am from the 20th century, so things sometimes don't go as seamless as the 21st century. So I did a little bit of math for this presentation, and I think the philosophy group forgot that I really operate within educational measurement. And so if you ask me to do something, then it's always going to be from the perspective of empiricism. It is always going to be psychometrically based. And therefore, I had to do a little bit of jigging to put that within this framework, because it is philosophy, but a very important part of what we miss about philosophy in education is that it is what underpins the outcomes. And so, if you notice, there's a slight difference in my title. It's promises, and the and supposed to be a plus. Who knew that in mathematics, the addition sign is a and sign? So, promises and realities equal outcomes. That's a slight change. And so, it really is a conversation about what's the evidence about what the promises are and what the realities are, and what that means for us going forward. I must say that I am actually, and I've written about this, one of the champions of the NSC, one of the believers in it. Whatever comes, what may, so I'm just going to put that out there for everybody before I go any further. The NSC launched in 2016, as the National Standards Curriculum was implemented in grades 1 to 9 to replace the revised primary curriculum, and the reform of secondary education rose. The NSC represents a transformation of the education system from traditional pedagogies to 21st century skills and competence-based education with explicit focus on critical thinking skills. The establishment of the NSC was accompanied by the implementation of the primary exit profile to replace the grade 4 literacy and numeracy and the grade 6 achievement tests. So the implementation of both the NSC and the examination framework shows the alignment between the curriculum and subject-based outcomes in the education system. It is these outcomes that appear to often make transformation somewhat of an enigma. And we all know what we're talking about, and in many ways may explain why in 2020 we needed to look at a transformation of the education system, and rightly so. The education system always favored with attention, always, because there are some of us who don't leave it alone because we are interested and vested in the outcomes, and we are very much wanting to ensure that whatever is in place benefits the children of Jamaica. That's why I'm here. That's why Dr. Thomas Gale is here. That's why PVC is here. That's why President is here. We all came here this morning and could be elsewhere because we want to ensure that whatever is happening in the system happens so that all our children benefit and benefit well. I want to say that the concept of a national curriculum is usually quite complex. A national curriculum represents official knowledge of what students are expected to learn and what teachers are expected to teach and assess. And that comes out of a critical pedagogy, philosophy coming from people like Apple. So according to Apple, Michael Apple, official knowledge is derived from the cultural, economic, and political conditions of a society. Underlying this is the question of what ideological position defines these conditions. What is it that defines our current context? Ideological positions that underpin the curriculum are rarely articulated or acknowledged. And Eisner said that. However, if you read our curriculum document, one of the things you'll notice is that the ideological position is clearly stated. From the RPC, constructivism, into the NSC, the business of project-based learning, the business of competence-based, completely and upfront in the dialogue and in the actual working out of the curriculum. Why is Eisner saying that? He's saying that because these ideals and values are often taken for granted and are the pillars on which the society were built and now operate. I find that in Caribbean education systems, these fundamentally, in many ways, reflect the history of the region in terms of design and structure and practice and intent. So, for example, the ideology of colonialism was one of civilizing the nations and stratifying the society to create order. The education system was the means to achieve these ends. Consequently, the curriculum and the physical school system was steered to produce the academics. These are the professionals, a minority group, you, the setting here, believe it or not, a minority group, but powerful through their connections with political elite. The vocationals and technicals and the laborers who are the mass of the population. So what do I want to do today? I want to actually look at whether or not we've turned the corner. Is there a promise in the NSC that has allowed us to shift from what formerly guided us in terms of the hierarchical colonial intent to shifting to a modern education system? And I'm going to start by saying that I actually believe that we, having implemented the NSC, have started that process. And that process you can call decolonization, you can call it indigenization, but the fact is, having a curriculum like the NSC has actually, in my view, allowed us to begin to pull back and to create a system of equity. But it might not be working out exactly how we want it. So the promise really of the NSC is equity. Am I correct, ma'am? The promise is equity. We need equity. So let us see what's happening here. Just some slight information. So the NSC in its profile, it's competency-based, 21st century ready, inclusive and multiple pathway. And I'm going to start with the third plaque first. Flexible pathways from primary through to tertiary or employment, and the reintroduction of civics and Jamaican identity in the curriculum. And I'm going to make a plug here, as Zoya is sitting here as the chief early childhood person. The early childhood curriculum actually builds in identity creation in the curriculum. Caribbean, Jamaican identity creation for our 4- and 5-year-olds. It's important. It's part of what we're talking about, how we begin to set up our people to understand who we are, right? So this pathway, the inclusive bit of it, the multiple pathways is very important. And the NSC is built on this ideal. So remember I told you that the NSC forefronts its ideological position. Inclusion is an ideological position, right? And the opposite of it is exclusion. Very important. So 21st century ready. The integration of STEM and STEAM, and I do prefer STEAM because without the A, the STEM cannot work. At all levels, problem-based and project-based learning, preparing learners for the global marketplace. So it's no wonder our teachers are able to function and function exceedingly well in other education systems. So for example, and I think I spoke about this the other day, our teachers in the New York education system actually get bonus for the Regents exams. Do you know why? It is on their arrival that those children in many schools begin to pass the Regents. Because there is something about how we train teachers and prepare them that has made them to be able to function in that marketplace. And it is a marketplace, right? And the competency base, very important. The shift from rote, content, recall of knowledge to be able to think and to be able to do. More often as a measurement person, that's what we ask for. What can children do and what do they know? That's very important. So I'm not going to go to PEP yet. I am going to go to, yes, I'm going to go to PEP. I'm going to go to PEP because the PEP categories are important for us to understand because of the alignment between the NSC and the terminal exam. Once you deliver a curriculum, once you deliver a national curriculum, we test. We cannot escape it. Right? The standards set up the expectations of what our children should know and be able to do. And what the PEP has done is given us a vertical categorization of what children should know and be able to do. So if you notice in the definition, in beginning, it's limited or no evidence required, limited or no evidence of competence at the grade level. And in that case, if you are beginning, then you're going to need intensive, ongoing academic support at grade 7. And this is where the inclusive philosophy comes into place, because if we don't attend to those children, invariably we exclude them. If a child is developing, then it's partial evidence, which needs targeted academic support at grade 7. If a child is proficient, then there's adequate evidence that this child has acquired certain skills and may need some minimal support, but to a large extent can operate. The child who is highly proficient, no, demonstrate an advanced level of competence at grade level and will benefit not just from the delivery of the regular curriculum, but the extended part of the curriculum. And so we have to understand that the ministry has actually applied this vertical score scale for us. It's modern, and it is very useful in helping us to understand where children, and I'm not saying this because Terran is here and she's my friend. I'm saying it because it is empirically correct, right? Okay, so we can move on. I keep thinking that this computer has a screen thing, right? So let us look at this slide. Call this slide Proficiency Trends. And in terms of what is happening, it's an overall picture from 2019 to 2025, and it actually tracks the percentage of students rated proficient or highly proficient, both combined across the 4 subjects at 3 comparable points in time: 2019, 2023, actually 2024, and 2025. And what you'll notice is, if you were to just run the trend line, is a steady, gradual upward trend, right? So what do the lines tell us? All 4 subjects show a continuous upward trend, which is the core promise of the NSC. So my first conclusion is that it is working in aggregate, because all the lines are going up. This is the data, we can't run from it. This is the fact. Science, which is in orange, and social studies in purple, start furthest apart, but converge near the top by 24-25, suggesting these subjects responded most strongly to the new curriculum. Second conclusion. Mathematics in blue starts the lowest at 41% and remains the weakest subject throughout, confirming the structural numeracy problem discussed later on. I will discuss that when I talk about those realities. The lines do not show a sharp jump in any single year. The progress is gradual, which reflects the cumulative, multi-year nature of the PEP assessment itself. I'll just read that again. The lines do not show a sharp jump in any single year. The progress is gradual, which reflects the cumulative, multi-year nature of the PEP assessment itself. Remember, we're talking about grade 4, 5, and 6. Okay? Slide. Next slide. So these are what we call group bar charts. So these are the proficient versus highly proficient, 2019 to 2024. So just to give us a little view of what is happening here. So what's the most critical insight here? Basically, one of the things we'll notice is that in this mathematics subject, the colors indicate what is happening in terms of who is beginning, who is developing, who is proficient, who is highly proficient. So the red at the bottom is beginning, right? So in 2019, 52% were in the developing band. That's it? No, sorry, apologies. That is orange. The orange band is developing, 52%. Right? So that was a dominant band in 2019. Only 6% were highly proficient in 2019. By 2025, developing fell from 52% to 32%. So where did they go? I'm sorry, I'm not teaching, I can't help you. Where did they go? They went over. So remember, gradual change, right? consequently, proficient rose from 34% to 56%. But highly proficient, that's the green, has been stuck between 5 and 7%. Problem solving, by my reasoning, remains the key gap. And my pet peeve is that girls outperform boys 54.4% compared to 44.4% in the proficiency in 2023. That will always be a pet peeve for me, because I find that if we continue to leave our boys behind, we are going to be in trouble. So this is the NSC's central tension. The curriculum is successfully moving students to a basic standard, but the system is not yet producing deep mastery. Most students are clustering in the middle band, competent but not exceptional, which is precisely why the national 85% mastery target for 2030 might be a stretch of a goal rather than a near certainty. So that was math. This is language arts. You notice the trends are the same. We are moving the children out of wish band. We are moving them out of beginning as well. Look at that. We are moving them out of beginning as well, and we're moving them out of developing. So the band that is expanding is the proficient band. Notice that? This is important for us to keep in mind. Very, very important, right? So language arts had a moderate start and showed the largest single-year gain, recording a 7-year percentage point increase to 67% proficient or highly in 2024. However, the highly proficient tier has paradoxically shrunk. Only 2% of students received highly proficient scores in language arts in 2025, suggesting the system is lifting the floor without raising the ceiling. Science benefited, let me go to the next slide, benefited most visibly from the NSC's project-based approach. In 2022, science recorded 20% highly proficient, the highest showing of advanced competence among all subjects in any year. Though this was partly, maybe, inflated by COVID, by 2025, though, the combined proficient and highly proficient rate stands at 84%, the best of all subjects. So we have to start paying attention even more now with the science. Social studies started highest in 2019 at 63% combined proficiency and has been the most consistent performer. In 2025, 14% of students ranked highly proficient in social studies, the joint highest with science across the most recent full sitting. The NSC's deliberate integration of identity and civics content maps closely to this subject. Okay? So remember what my project is, my project is one of decolonization. So even if I'm talking about exam grades, I'm decolonizing. Okay? So, what are the promises? Promises. The first promise for me is a shift towards the 21st century competencies. The NSC is designed to empower students to think more creatively in order to implement viable solutions to real-world problems, with project-based learning supporting a problem-solving culture. It also aims to help students better understand themselves as Jamaicans, and I'm going to make the point, as male, black Jamaicans, triple consciousness, not double, triple consciousness, and as black, woman Jamaican, triple consciousness. When you're a Jamaican, you're not like the African Americans. I'm sorry, I forgot that I'm being politically incorrect. But I'm going to say it anyway. Our consciousness in the global space is the fact that we are black, male or female, and Jamaican. It carries something. It carries a message, right? This is a meaningful departure, I think, from rote learning. So it aims to help students to better understand themselves, to act locally while thinking globally. Number one, promise. Number two, the higher order thinking embedded in the assessment. The NSC places emphasis on higher order thinking skills through an evidence-centered design approach for test construction and Webb's depth of knowledge for defining the rigor of cognitive skills that are being measured. Theoretically, this is supposed to produce graduates better suited to tertiary education and the labor market. 3, the inclusive multiple pathway design. The NSC aims to enhance the quality of education offered to learners and improve general academic performance, attitude, and behavior of students with STEM and STEAM integrated at all levels. Critically, the NSC, via multiple and flexible pathways, is geared to maximize potential for all students to develop competencies that could lead to employment and contribute to the future development of the country, and of course, lead to entrepreneurship. We must not forget that. I think the era of persons who have done PEP and the last part of GSAT are far more entrepreneurial than my generation. They own more businesses than us, and that is just anecdotal. I think there is something in the way that they're being taught. 4, measurable improvement in PEP results. The most concrete evidence in favor of the NSC is a sustained upward trend in PEP outcomes. In mathematics, only 41% of students were in the highly proficient and proficient category in 2019. That moved to 57% in 2023 and reached 60% in 2024. In language arts, the figure moved from 55% in 2019 to 60% in 2023 and 67% in 2024. In science, the figure jumped from 49% in 2019 to 64% in 2023 and 70% in 2024. And of course, in social studies, the results moved from 63% in 2019 to 67% 2023 and 72% in 2024. By 2025 in mathematics, 56% of students achieved proficiency, while 67% were proficient in language arts, 61% in science, and 58% in social studies. The NSC is a holistic, cumulative profile replacing GSAT. So it's a vertical scaling. So it shows progression over time. 2024 marked the first year since PEP inception in 2019 that a cohort of students had a full profile constituted from scores obtained across grades 4, 5, and 6, ability tests, performance tasks, and curriculum-based tests combined. This, colleagues, is a far richer picture of a child's development than the old single-sitting GSAT ever captured, or common entrance for that matter. So my 6th promise is improve grade-to-grade progression. In language arts, 33.9% of students were at the beginning stage at grade 4. But by grade 6, this had dropped to 8%. Their proficiency level also improved from 34% in grade 4 to 67% in grade 6. This suggests that the scaffolded, NSC-driven approach is having a cumulative developmental effect. So, may I have that water, please? Water. So, what are the realities? Thank you. One, the highly proficient ceiling remains for me too low. It's alarmingly low. I'm very concerned about it, Doc. Despite improving aggregate numbers, the top tier remains thin. Only 14% of students received highly proficient scores in social studies and science, and I can tell you that it actually tracks to the end of high school. For example, physics. Based on the cohort, only 14% of the cohort is able to actually sit physics. Eligible, and people don't like when I use the word eligible because they say, oh, the entire cohort should be eligible. But eligible means able to perform at the level where they can attempt to sit the exam. 14%. So this tracks for me, right? It tracks also for the physics. The chemistry is about 20%, and the biology is slightly a little bit more, but it tracks for me if we're saying, because it requires a certain level of skill to be able to take on these science subjects. So that for me is why it's alarming. And because we're focusing on STEM and STEAM, we now need to ensure that we begin to build out what is required to get the students to that point. All right? So let me see if I can catch back to where I am. While just 6% and 5% achieved the highest scores in language arts and mathematics, respectively. By 2025, only 2% of students received highly proficient scores in language arts and 7% in mathematics, against a national minimum proficiency target of 85% by 2030. The system is moving students out of beginning and developing, but struggling to push them to the higher levels of mastery, right? And one of the things I can tell you about the difference between mastery teaching and the traditional teaching is that mastery teaching pushes the mean score on the bell curve from the center to, what is now, the right. Glory, yes. Sometimes Dion come out and the dean stayed home this morning. 2, mathematics remains a structural weak point. This is mute because we see it in the outcomes at CSEC. So in truth and in fact, the NSC, the results from PEP, is already telling us, diagnosing for us what's going to happen in the system if we don't fix it. You get it. I know you're there. When drilling into mathematics, students perform well in modeling and data analysis. That's about 84% more in the proficient or highly proficient category. But problem solving remains the critical gap. Let me tell you why it tracks for me. Even the way we drive on the road, the problem solving is a problem. Even the way we interact with each other, the problem solving is a problem. This mirrors a broader pattern. Mathematics passes in CSEC examinations consistently remain below 50%, reflecting systemic weaknesses in teaching and curriculum delivery. And I'm going to add here, standing where I'm standing, putting on the hat of the dean and the academic, the issue is content. Okay? Content knowledge. When you ask teachers, especially the pedagogy of the science of teaching mathematics, when you ask teachers, when you ask the students, we don't teach trig, we don't teach matrices, we don't teach vectors. So in truth and in fact, let's get real. If you are able to go in the CSEC math exam in 2026, get most of the multiple choice, which will come from years of past papers. In part 2 of the exam, get number 1 to 6 correct, and did your SBA, you have a 1. I can tell you that. Right? But it means that the parts of the mathematics curriculum which are problematic, the trig, the geometry, the vectors, the matrices, the circle theorem has not been touched. So the critical parts of mathematics that will now take you into the point where you can think about being an engineer, a biomedical scientist, not touched, right? I can tell you because I've seen a lot of young people get a 1 in CSEC math and physics and struggle with CAPE math and physics, okay? And struggle with the economics too. I can tell you that. I taught it last year and they struggled. So it brings me to the reality of teacher preparation. I do have an adjective there, I'm not going to use it yet. The findings of multiple studies, both here at UWI and elsewhere, show that most teachers describe their experience implementing the NSC as challenging, citing inadequate training and resources as primary obstacles. Some teachers in our urban inner city primary schools actually admitted that because they did not understand the NSC in the initial stages of implementation, they reverted to the RPC, the revised primary curriculum. So this is really a corruption of the intent of the reform. The reform is important. The 2025 Jamaica Education Report Card specifically found that gaps in teacher preparation, resource provision, and quality assurance in the effective NSC implementation. 4, infrastructure and classroom overcrowding. Challenges experienced by teachers also included small, crowded classroom environments that are fundamentally incompatible with project-based collaborative learning that the NSC prescribed. Over 37% of secondary schools, I suspect, are likely overpopulated. And do we still have students on the shift system? We still have schools on the shift system? Yeah. Yeah. Number 5. Tomorrow my colleague, Dr. Knife, will discuss this one, digital poverty. The digital divide undermines our ambitions for STEAM and STEM. The NSC envisions technology-integrated learning, but the surveys for living condition will tell us that 34% of Jamaican households, children do not have exclusive access to an internet device for educational purposes. So there are glaring disparities between urban and rural areas. Socio and economic inequality. The socio and economic disparities are reflected in the type of school and the allocation of resources. Traditional high schools and well-funded urban institutions often provide superior learning environments compared to, and the ministry will tell you there is no such thing as a non-traditional school, and rural schools perpetuating intergenerational inequality as children from lower income families are more likely to attend under-resourced schools with low exam pass rates. The NSC as designed does not adequately account for the structural imbalance. 7, speaks to teacher shortage. I am sure we can all attest to the fact that many of our best teachers, those are the ones they take first. Many are migrate. Our qualified teachers, not just qualified in content and pedagogy, but qualified very much so in practice, their experience. And that is why, Madam CEO, they can get the bonus, because it is when they apply that practice and experience in those schools and the regents move. They still have to work only, Madam President, right? In fact, triple what they have to do here. But guess what happened? That experience in practice coming out of Jamaica has already prepared them. So we have to find a way to get our teachers back. right? But they will come back after 5 years, but they still want to go back, right? Curriculum implementation leadership is uneven. The curriculum implementation leadership for me is problematic across all layers of the education system, and in a significant number of cases is grounded in a culture of preferential treatment. A one-size approach to funding cannot adequately address the unique circumstances of each school. There is another critical issue on the table for me, and that is the one of placement. So the PEP replaced the GSAT specifically to move away from a single high-stakes test determining a child's secondary school destiny. Instead, a student's profile consists of scores obtained from grades 4 performance tasks and grade 5 performance tasks and grade 6 components and the ability tests, performance tasks, curriculum-based tests. This cumulative profile is what the ministry used to match students to secondary schools, in fact, so I call it the ministry placement algorithm. And I am sure Dr. Thomas Gale will clarify for me later. Students will list up to 7 schools of preferences, and the ministry's placement algorithm matches them based on their PEP profile score. In 2024, 86.7% of the 34,924 registered students got their first choice. And that's excellent coming from the ministry. That's a serious improvement. By 2025, that figure rose slightly to 89.5% of students being placed in one of their preferred schools. Colleagues, on the surface, I would say this is success. But the headline figure conceals for me a more complicated reality. The success rate for individual placement is not a reflection of mastery displayed by students overall. Only 14% of students receive highly proficient scores in social studies, science, and I've said this already, just 6% and 5% respectively in language arts and mathematics. So nearly 9 in 10 students got into a preferred school, but most of them arrived there without deep competency in the core subjects. 2, students in beginning and developing enter high school underprepared. In mathematics in 2024, 33% of students were at the developing level and 7% were at the beginning level, meaning they demonstrated limited or no evidence of the required competence. Students in these categories require targeted or intensive academic support at grade 7. This means a significant share of Jamaica's incoming high school population needs remediation from day one, placing enormous pressure on secondary teachers who are now expected to fill primary level gaps. 3, school preference is shaped by socioeconomic status. The ability to choose a preferred school and to have your child prepared well enough to qualify for a traditional high school is not evenly distributed. In other words, those who can pay. Children from lower income families are more likely to attend under-resourced schools with lower exam pass rates, perpetuating the inequality that we see in our society from generation to generation. In practice, students from well-resourced urban or private primary schools consistently score in the higher PEP tiers and access the more prestigious secondary schools, while students from rural or inner-city schools cluster in the developing and beginning categories and are placed in non-traditional or proximity-based institutions. So proximity placements to me signals that there is a floor. Of the 2024 cohort, 11.2% were placed in schools based on proximity, 1% were placed manually, and 1% of registered students were absent or included. So for me, this tells me something too. The ministry has a really sophisticated technology that it's working with, right? And that's good, so it means that we have the infrastructure in place. Proximity placement essentially means the child's PEP score was insufficient to earn a preferred school match. They were assigned to the nearest available institution. This is a quiet indicator of persistent underperformance that the 86 to 89% first choice headline obscures. The downstream consequence really is secondary school stratification. What PEP placement effectively does is reproduce Jamaica's long-standing two-tier secondary school system. Students who achieve proficient and highly proficient scores in all subjects flow into the traditional high schools. Let me just go back. Which tend to be less resource and carry lower social status. And as a parent with a 16-year-old, I know that. And I'm not even happy to say this. Because of who his parents are and the school that he goes to, he gets to network with a set of boys who will run this country. I have no doubt about it that KC boys will run this country. The Minister of Education acknowledged in 2025 that the cohort sitting PEP does face disadvantage due to the disruptions in teaching and learning caused by COVID-19, but the structural inequities predate the pandemic and are embedded in how schools are funded and staffed. So the core tension for me is that the NSC promised multiple flexible pathways and inclusive outcome. PEP was meant to give every child a fair, holistic profile, but in practice, the placement mechanism still functions as a sorting machine, one where your address, your parents' income, the quality of your primary school largely predict which secondary school you will attend. The improving aggregate PEP numbers are real. I showed you the data. You can't run from it. But they have not yet disrupted the pattern of social reproduction that Jamaican education has historically reinforced. I suspect, CEO, that this is the second step in the plan. Yeah, it has to disrupt, right? So, broader consequences of PEP as an outcome of the NSC, and then I'll finish, right? It won't be too much longer. One, a generation of secondary students are arriving underprepared. So despite moving the numbers up, the bottom two categories have not emptied. And in truth, they won't empty because we expect, literally, to believe it or not, about 20% to fall in that category, with 5% profoundly needing help. So there are 15% of them that will need some help, but there are 5% of them that will have some kind of learning difficulty that the ministry now has to put on the resources for, right? The gender gap is a structural and unresolved problem. So if you notice here, I think the gap is about 20 percentage points difference. Soon tell you. Don't quote me on that one. The ministry's data consistently shows girls outperforming boys in math and language arts, while boys actually achieve better results in science and social studies. So I'm going to share an open secret or a secret with you guys. This gender thing is across the Caribbean, but this is the pattern that we're seeing. Boys actually do better in the sciences. Less of them enter, but when they enter, more of them do better. In fact, let me tell you about the math. More girls do mathematics than boys. But when you break down the results, more boys get 1s and 2s than compared to girls. So colleagues, teachers, we cannot continue to put these boys out of the classroom. We have to figure out a way to engage them, because clearly the pattern is telling us that they are more than capable. And so this is a structural problem that I think we can resolve, right? As yet, the implementation of the NSC has not reversed the problem. It has actually inherited this problem. The consequence is that boys are disproportionately concentrated in the developing and beginning categories, and therefore disproportionately channeled into non-traditional secondary schools, setting them on a lower lifelong educational and economic trajectory. My other pet peeve is the public-private school divide, which amplifies inequality. Of the 34,927 students who sat the PEP in 2024, 88% were from public schools and 12% from private institutions. And I can tell you that there's an economic challenge, because up to 7 or 8 years ago, private institutions accounted for about 14% and more, going back further. So there is a shift. Private school students consistently record higher proficiency rate. This means the NSC promise of equitable competency-based outcomes is being filtered through a system where resource allocation, not just curriculum design, determines results. Socioeconomic disparities are reflected in the type of school, perpetuating intergenerational inequality. This is the third time I'm saying that, as children from low-income families are more likely to attend under-resourced schools. The fourth point, the highly proficient ceiling reveals a deficit in mastery, and I don't like that word deficit, but I have to use it here. The most telling consequence of the NSC PEP architecture is what happens at the top. PEP ranks students across the 4 categories, which we showed earlier, but just to remember: beginning, limited competence; developing, partial competence; proficient, adequate competence; and highly proficient, advanced competence. But adequate is the operative word. Jamaica is producing graduates who meet the bar, not ones who clear it comfortably. Only 5 to 7% of students are highly proficient in mathematics and language arts, the 2 subjects that are foundational to secondary success, tertiary entry, and economic mobility. CEO, PVC, President, hear what I'm saying. The 2030 proficiency target today might not be quite in reach, but I want to help. I want to be part of this. And you too, Zoya, and Dr. Wilmot, I'm calling out people. All of you in here, we are part of this. This is not just the Ministry of Education, you know. This is not just the ministry. We always say, oh, but the ministry didn't do that, and the ministry didn't do that. And I always say to teachers, but I never see a PS in a classroom teaching. So how are you telling me that the ministry didn't do this and the ministry didn't do that? I've never seen them in a classroom teaching. I've never seen a CEO being the principal of a school. So this target, this target of 85% by or higher by 2030 is all our obligations. In the 2 most critical subjects, mathematics currently sits at 63% and language arts at 69%. At the current rate of improvement, roughly 3 to 7% points per year. The target is achievable in aggregate, but the highly proficient tier will still represent a fraction, a very small fraction of students. The system would hit the quantity target of 85% while missing the qualitative imperative. The NSC's promise, final point, is partially delivered but partially deferred. And this is not just on the ministry, this is all of us. The NSC set out to replace passive content recall with active competency. PEP was designed as its authentic measuring tool. What the data shows across the 6 years is that the floor has genuinely risen. Fewer students sit in the beginning category than in 2019 in every subject, but the ceiling has not risen at the same time. The consequence is a middle-heavy distribution where most children cluster in that proficient band. They are functional but not exceptional, while the economy and the labor market increasingly require the kind of deep, flexible problem solving that only the highly proficient tier reflects. And I'm going to tell you why this is important very quickly. If you look at, I know Prof is winding up his hand, very quickly, the Human Capital Index for Jamaica is 0.53. It means that only 53% of our 18-year-olds right now, 53% with respect to our 18-year-olds, they'll only be able to contribute 53% of their potential productivity. I want to say as I close, the NSC is structurally sound in design, showing genuine improvement in aggregate PEP outcomes, and the honest concern is that it risks becoming a floor-raising exercise, pulling more students out of beginning without the investment in teacher capacity, infrastructure, and equity needed to push a meaningful share toward true mastery. Thank you very much. Do I take this off? You come and do it. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Carr, for that very in-depth and wide-ranging, data-rich presentation, which has challenged all of us. It's not just the ministry's issue, it is our collective duty and responsibility. And there is a clear call for us to look at the progress we are making as a promise about the progress we ought to make. So it is good to raise the floor, but are we expanding the ceiling? And that, I think, is the mission of today and tomorrow, Madam CEO. I want to, we're going to be having the second phase of the conversation, which is a panel discussion. And I know, Dr. Carr, you have to run, but I really want you to stay behind to hear some of the discussion coming out of the presentations that are going to be made by Mr. Terran Thomas Gale, Mr. Linton Ware, and Mrs. Lasagna Harrison. So we had a gift for you, but we're going to ask you to hold until we're through. Yeah, that's right. That's right. No, what I'm saying, we won't interrupt the flow by pausing to give the gift now. But yeah, so we're going to move now to the second phase of our presentation. Before we do that, I want to express pleasure, gratitude that so many persons have joined us. It would be perhaps politically impolite to try to name everyone who has joined, since I want to welcome everyone who has joined. But it's good to see a big crowd in when you're doing an event so important as this one. And I will be thanking some people later before the thank you is done. So I'm going to invite Dr. Marsha Black, who is the moderator of this session, to come and take the guests to their place and to have us lead the next conversation. Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
No, this is not my drive. Just minimize. It's not my, whose is it? Whose is it? Oh, that's yours. I should have left it on it, so, let it stay? All right.
Hers is a PowerPoint. Yeah, that's it? That's yours? Yeah, that's yours. But you could probably leave it up. Leave it up while I introduce her, huh? Yeah. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, those physically in the room and online, good morning. I'm Marsha Black, the moderator for session 2. I'd like to also extend the courtesies and to say thank you for remaining and for being here. We move into session 2 as we continue the discussion under the theme, Examining the Primary Level Curriculum, Exploring Further Enhancements. And our first presenter is Mrs. Terrian Thomas Gale. Officer. Her portfolio included direct oversight of the examination and assessment administration services branch, the entity within the Ministry of Education and Youth charged with developing national assessments. Since 2015, Mrs. Thomas Gale has also led the Ministry of Education in transitioning from the revised primary curriculum to the national standard curriculum, which culminated in the development and rollout of the Primary Exit Profile, PEP, the national assessment designed to equip Jamaican students with 21st century skills. This was a significant undertaking for the Ministry of Education and Youth and a significant thrust for students in Jamaica. Ms. Gale is at different junctures was an education officer in the Program Monitoring Unit, PMU, and served as an education officer in Region 6, St. Catherine and Clarendon. She's pursuing a doctorate in curriculum, instruction and assessment at Walden University. She holds a master's in educational leadership and a Bachelor of Education from the University of the West Indies, Mona, Pelican Pride. She received her teacher training at Shortwood Teachers College and credits St. Andrew High School for Girls for equipping her with a requisite platform for her later success. In recognition of her outstanding work in education, Ms. Thomas Gale received the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Educational Leadership in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from Ms. Terrian Thomas Gale.
Morning, everyone. The pleasure is mine to stand here this morning to present or to participate in this conversation, a conversation, in my opinion, that is very timely and needed. Let me acknowledge all courtesies, Professor Kenny Thompson, our Executive Chairman for the Philosophy of Education Movement for the Caribbean, Mr. Amakard Brown, the President, and Mrs. LaSonia Harrison, Principal of the St. Faith's Primary School, Mr. Linton Ware, our Principal of the Old Harbor High School, Dr. Dion Carr, Edwards Carr, Dean, Faculty of the Humanities of Education, all other distinguished guests. I'm seeing my colleagues in the audience, everyone online, all our curriculum specialists, our school leaders and colleagues. Pleasant good morning. I want to really express my appreciation and, for this invitation this morning. It's really a very important conversation, examining the primary level curriculum, exploring further enhancement. As I said earlier, the conversation is very timely as we're now at a part in the ministry where we're transforming education, and in transformation, you really have to look at where you are, where you should be, and where you're going. And so this conversation will help us. I want to tell you that we got roughly 365 recommendations from the Jamaican Education Transformation Commission, and most of those recommendations fall under Pillar 3, and that has to do with curriculum, teacher, and teacher training. And so this conversation will help us in achieving some of the recommendations out of that transformation report. Colleagues, the conversation about curriculum, our national standards curriculum, cannot happen without looking at what our philosophy of education is. And several questions have been asked by several speakers before me, and I want to join in asking some questions. When we think of the national standards curriculum, and I'm not going towards PEP, because as my profile read, I was there in the beginning, and I'm there still. So I won't get into the PEP conversation right now, but I want you to ask yourself, when you think of a curriculum and you think of your children, what type of citizens do we really want to develop? And what knowledge, skills, values, and dispositions matters most? How are we preparing our students for an increasingly complex world while remaining rooted? Dr. Carr spoke about the Jamaican-ness. How do we prepare them for a world while ensuring that they remain rooted in the Jamaican identity, cultures, and values? These questions, colleagues, are deeply rooted in the philosophy of education, and I want to invite us, if you have not yet seen it or read the philosophy on education, for you to really look at what our national philosophy on education speak to. In summary, it provides us with a powerful starting point. It states that under God, Jamaican education system embraces diverse learning capacities and styles. It seeks to nurture each learner's full potential through partnership and provides a comprehensive education that integrates academic, technical, and vocational learning with value-based instructions and life skills. When you looked at what Dr. Carr spoke to, her last column spoke to the multiple pathway, and all that is captured in our philosophy. Most importantly, colleagues, it reminds us that education is not solely about academic achievements. I know once you talk about the national standards curriculum, we always end up spending the time looking at PEP. But I want us to look at the entire child that the national standards curriculum is preparing. It's about developing the whole child. It's about cultivating citizens who understand themselves, appreciate their heritage, contribute to their communities, and love their country. Any discussion that we're having today, colleagues, or examination of the primary curriculum with a view of exploring further enhancement must therefore begin with this philosophy of education. The NSC has been around for 9 years, and in that 9 years we have had several disruptions. The students who are sitting the primary exit profile, who sat it this year, they were in grade 1 in 2021. They had grade 1, grade 2 online. Grade 1 and grade 2 online. They had their foundation years online. And kindergarten, thank you very much. The last year of the the basic schools were online, meaning remotely. And I want you to look at that context. So we had the National Standards Curriculum for 9 years. We have had at least every other year we have had disruption, whether it be a pandemic or hurricanes. And every time there's a disruption, there's some adjustment to what is delivered in the curriculum and the extent to which our students are indeed exposed. The truth is, we have not yet been able to measure the full gamut of a student exiting the primary level, being exposed to all 6 uninterrupted years of teaching and learning from the National Standards Curriculum. And so the conversation is needed, and it's very important. The National Standards Curriculum let me say it this way, is grounded in a constructivist, learner-centered approach. Remember, the first 3 years remotely. Constructivism, learner-centered, requires you to be hands-on, touching, an environment that is created for you to learn, to explore. If it is that that's not created, we're not really delivering the National Standards Curriculum and being true to the design of the curriculum. We are now, colleagues, at a part in the curriculum where we said that we're at the cusp of a review. As a matter of fact, we have already started the DEX review. Currently, it's going through the process. Because apart from a pandemic and all other disturbances, there are things that are changing in the society, and the curriculum must remain current and relevant. And so a constant DEX review is required. And so that's going on as we speak right now. There are actual officers sitting at DEX doing the review. We think of the National Standards Curriculum, and I don't want to repeat too much of what Dr. Carr said, but it spoke to the 2004 task force report that spoke to the need to change how it is that we're assessed and how our students transition to high school. And so there were some gaps that were identified, and the key gaps that were identified were that one, the curriculum was too content heavy. That's the curriculum that GSAT was on. It overemphasized rote learning. Most of the GSAT tests requires the children to just recall what is, who is, where is, how many. can look back on those items. There was a weak articulation across grades transition. And so what we found was that our students, having grade 6 when it was GSAT, they were given content from 4, 5, and 6 in one sitting. And so you were unable to say what it is that the children were able to do at 4, at 5, before they get to 6. There was limited ICT integration and teacher preparedness. There was inconsistent focus on literacy, numeracy, and critical thinking. That was then. And so we created a curriculum, and the curriculum development went through rigor. And it is basically one of the best that we have had, and our national standards curriculum is really sought after by several of our colleagues or tertiaries. They really come to look at how it is that we have developed this curriculum, how it is that we have implemented the curriculum. And so the National Standards Curriculum seeks to establish clear standards and benchmark. And I think I can get a check mark here because that's happening, right, Dr. Carr? You're going to give me the score marks. All right, good. It reduced curriculum overload. So in other words, you don't have everything chunked up. You're discrete, you're able to see all that a student should cover at different grade level. And what it does, it is still spiral in nature. And I'll get to that some more. It promotes learner-centeredness. In the curriculum, you're able to see the expected outcomes from teaching and learning. It builds critical thinking. And so when Dr. Carr spoke about those students who are the small number of students that we have at the highly proficient, we're not yet there because of the many interruptions that we have had in the system. Our students have not been able to get the full gamut of what the NSC is intended to do. It strengthens literacy, numeracy, and ICT integration. When you look at the numeracy exam that is being done now at grade 4, and you looked at what was done years ago, before 2019, it is night and day. It's two different exams. What the National Standards Curriculum does, and if you look in the curriculum, the language arts curriculum is heavily weighted on speaking and listening and research skills. And so language arts is doesn't come with a theme for itself. What it does, it borrows theme from every other subject areas, and the students are able to speak on it, to listen to stories, and to do research around it while developing those language arts skills. The National Standards Curriculum, it is skills-based. It really looks at how skills are developed across all subject areas. And so when we talk about the critical thinking skills, the creativity, the collaboration, the communication, all right. So the audience knows what the National Standards Curriculum promotes. What we hope from the National Standards Curriculum is to really see and improve articulation between articulation and learning progression from grades 1 through to grade 11. And so the National Standards Curriculum actually goes right up to grade 9. The question is should be asked, Dr. Carr, how many of our schools are actually using it at grades 7, 8, and 9? That may be our research that we need to look at, as to see those who are using it with fidelity, how their CSEC results are. Because the skills that are built at 1 to 6 The curriculum at 7, 8, and 9 is actually so designed to continue building the skills in the same way. So teaching and learning at 7, 8, and 9 should really be structured in the same way that it is or should be at grades 1 through 6. The philosophy of the education for Jamaica. And education as a vehicle for national development. Every child can learn and achieve. And development of ethical and productive citizens. We said that the promotion of culture, identity, and civic responsibility. And the biggie, Dr. Carr, equity, inclusion, and lifelong learning. I think we're struggling with the equity, and the reason we are has absolutely nothing to do with the curriculum, but the quality spaces that we have at the secondary level. I won't go through that because we basically look at that. So at the pinnacle of our national standards curriculum, we're expecting to have successful lifelong learners. There should be the love for learning, independent learners, and learners who are continuously learning. We must have confident and productive individuals. They must be creative, enterprising, and collaborative. And we're looking at learners who are deeply rooted in national culture, identity, and citizenship. What are the promises? 1, shift from rote learning to competence development, integration of 21st century skills, use of learner-centered pedagogies, and the ICT, STEM, and interdisciplinary integration, differentiated and inclusive teaching approach. Have we achieved those? The national training shift many teachers towards a learning methodology. Our NEI reports will tell you that they're actually seeing that more teachers are using this approach, the learner-centered approach. It's the methodology for the national standards curriculum. It is a completely different way of teaching than we were used to. And it's saying that we teach not how we are taught to teach, but how we teach, not how we are taught to teach, but how we were taught. All right? And so, colleagues, that's a quick shift for our learners, our teachers rather, and they are getting it. Let me tell you, our primary level teachers, they are getting this shift. We're seeing more teachers embracing the learner-centered methodology. The language arts instruction become more explicit and structured. Cultural identity and civic pride, that's strongly being reinforced. ICT tools distributed and integration encouraged. STEM approaches increasingly embedded. And I think that's why we're seeing the increase in the science areas, because of the STEM integration of the national standards curriculum. In 2024, colleagues, we conducted a review of the national standards curriculum where we engaged quite a number of teachers and in some of our large primary schools across the 7 regions. What we found was that the national standards curriculum, it's being implemented at a moderate rate. Teachers understand the philosophy, but there are still some amount of struggles. The strengths that we saw where 96% of our teachers had access to the curriculum document. 74% of the teachers were formally trained in delivering the national standards curriculum. 95% of our teachers use curriculum to plan lessons. And stakeholders agree that the National Standards Curriculum promotes the 4 C's and real-world learning. There are some gaps. We have found those gaps and we're addressing them. So while the teachers were planning, only 66% of the lesson plan met acceptable standards. So they're planning, but they're still not yet being planned the way it is intended. Integrated lesson planning evident only in 31% of the plans. So the whole idea of integration, and you know integration has always been a problem from RPC days. And so we're seeing where that is still an issue. Differentiated instruction, that remains weak. That has always been a problem. About 50% of our teachers are effectively using ICT and instructional materials in delivering their lessons. Dion Carr spoke to this, the content concern. Teachers, we have constantly received complaints about the heavy content load of the National Standards Curriculum. The language arts, science, and social studies, those areas were identified more frequently, especially the social study as having heavy content. There are too many objectives for the allotted instructional time. And so there is breadth may be limited, depth, and mastery. So you find that it's too many and there's not enough going for depth. And so when you looked at and so in responding to that, what we did, we pulled the essential objectives during Melissa, passing of Hurricane Melissa, and we communicate those essential objectives as those objectives that must be taught. The learner-centeredness and the progress and tension, teachers increasingly see themselves as facilitators. And that's a good thing. Students' participations generally very strong. We see where our students, once the lessons are developed and the environment is created for them, that they willingly participate in lessons. However, learner-centered development or delivery is very inconsistent. So not every lesson focused on the learner being the center of the lesson, and that's a problem. We also found where assessment, there's still the use of the traditional assessment practices. And I know everyone is going to say, but PEP is paper and pens, but PEP is a different assessment. If your lesson requires the children to jump, hop, and skip, you cannot give them a written test. And so you have to ensure that your assessments align, or your assessments is aligned to how it is you instruct the students. And so that's the problem we're currently having, the traditional use of the assessment. Only 33% of lessons reflect acceptable assessment practices, and there's limited use of differentiated and authentic assessments. So you find that the assessments not really aligned to what is being taught, what the objectives were, and that pose some of the challenges in how the students are achieving the intent of the National Standards Curriculum. There is need for stronger formative assessment practices. And I want to assure you that the ministry has noted all these findings, and we have made tremendous strides in ensuring that these are being addressed. The support structure, what we have done, we have increased on our professional development. So professional development's now more targeted, where it's being driven by data more. The findings from the evaluation saw where professional development and support, there was limited, it wasn't more targeted to what the needs are at the different classroom level. ICT supports have been provided, curriculum implementation teams have been established. Colleague schools, we have found that schools that have robust curriculum implementation teams, their students do better because there's a team at the school that monitors the extent to which the curriculum is being implemented and implemented with fidelity. And that was one of the requirements of the National Standards curriculum, that all institutions have a curriculum implementation team. There are some constraints that we have as a country, and we're still addressing those, and that's internet access and the class sizes that we have in some instances. As it relates to culture, identity, and citizenship, we found that strong reinforcement of Jamaican culture and heritage resides in the NSC. Civic curriculum and co-curricular programs support national identity, and we'll all agree that our Jamaica Day celebration identifies as a strong example of what the National Standards curriculum can do. Now, our strategic priorities for our pending review: 1, curriculum simplification and prioritization of core competencies. So after we have reviewed and looked at it, these are some of the priorities that we're putting in place. 2, we're strengthening foundational literacy and numeracy. Last year alone, we have completely revised all grades, all 1 to 6. They have timetable reading now. We have done, thank you, we have done training in early literacy, and this year we're rolling out training in early numeracy. 3, we have expanded, differentiated, and inclusive practices. Colleagues, it's not a one-cap-fits-all. Teachers are allowed to utilize the National Standards curriculum based on their context while remaining true to the tenets of the curriculum. We have deepened our assessment approaches. We have now included a literacy and a numeracy component at grade 6. There has been quite a number of training and support system for our teachers. We have moved from not just we have virtual schools in place, we have labs in our ICT labs in our primary schools to support these areas. We have equipped our schools with the necessary resources that they have required. We have focused on those schools, our NSIP schools, who are currently those schools that are poor performing. We have given them, now we're training them in the use of the IXL. There is a CBL, that's some learning softwares that we're currently using to help strengthen and to support our teachers. Is it enough? No, we still need to do more, and we have all intentions of doing more. There is more incorporation of our technology. Our teachers are now able to, or all teachers now have laptops. They have now been given a device. I look in on the president and she's like, send me the list. They have expired. Okay, so as long as we get the list, we replace. So once we know where the shortfalls are, and I will agree with that because it's now at the year where we need to replace. And we have begun replacing. We have replaced quite a number already, and so we continue to replace. But I just want to add that it's much better than where we were a couple years ago. And we have to now celebrate those small gains in education. There is stronger integration of character education. That's what we're looking to ensure, that while the curriculum is being developed, we are ensuring that the character education becomes a critical part in the delivery of the curriculum. The expanded experiential and STEM-based learning, while the curriculum fosters the STEM approach, we are being more deliberate to ensure that the delivery of the curriculum, the STEM integration is highlighted and the STEM-based learning. And so through partnership with British Council and 21st Century Ed, we're currently piloting or supporting some schools at the primary and secondary level in using STEM education. We see where there's a need for greater responsiveness to students' diversity. That's where I'll tell you we need to place more emphasis. The inclusion of special learning needs, and there is plans. We have to be very deliberate when it comes to our students of special needs. So there is a special education curriculum, and there are some schools that will be using that, and the national standards curriculum will be revised to ensure that there is inclusivity a greater extent. I don't want to say it's not there because it is there. The fact that the curriculum objectives have been designed in line with the web's depth of knowledge, it caters to learners at different levels, but the extent to which we write the objectives in such a way that to show the teacher how it is that the classroom must be created for them, that's one of the emphasis that we will ensure is addressed. So in conclusion, colleagues, the National Standards Curriculum represents a bold and necessary reform. The interim NSC evaluation confirms both progress as well as implementation gaps, and we're addressing every single gap that we have found. The next phase of curriculum revision should be prioritized deepening impact rather than expanding complexity. Curriculum reform must remain learner-centered. It has to remain learner-centered. It must remain culturally grounded and future-focused. And so, while we continue this conversation on the National Standards Curriculum, I want us to ask ourselves a few questions. What aspect, these are some of the conversations that I really want us to, questions rather, I really want us to engage in. What aspect of the National Standards Curriculum should remain non-negotiable? It's a very good curriculum. I love it. And I remember when Dr. Flowers, before she left, she always said that, Terry, and you're like the advocate for the NSC, because it is really a good document. If you sit and go through that document, when you see where we take the students, where the teacher is expected to move the students from, and where they're expected to take them, if we follow that part, we're creating a set of Jamaicans that are untouchable. We're really taking 21st century learning into every classroom, regardless of where it's located. And so for us to achieve that, we must look at who is it that we're preparing to deliver the curriculum. And so teacher training is priority. We're currently through transformation, revisiting, reimagining the curriculum at our teachers' colleges, who it is that we're preparing to deliver the curriculum. So you will hear the conversation about the specialist model. So we're looking at, does the National Standards Curriculum require a specialist teacher at the lower level? And I'll tell you, That's one of the approach, Dr. Carr, that we believe will solve our math problems and the problems we have in those subjects, the social studies, for example, as well. And so quite a number of our teachers, I'm almost sure, I think I have about 90 leaving this year, don't quote me on that, that will be specialist trained, meaning their teacher training program saw them either focusing on social studies and language arts or science and mathematics. So when they get to the primary, because one of the concerns we found, or the issue we found, we gave a generalist a curriculum, and the curriculum seemingly requires you to have some specialized skill. And that in itself is creating some amount. Because not all teachers are creative enough or diverse enough to be able to go across all 4 subjects. And so the specialist model is one approach that will yield the success that we need. And we have 234 primary level institutions currently using the specialist model. And the intent this academic year is to really have more of our primary schools utilizing the specialist model, particularly at grades 4, 5, and 6. How do we better support the teachers in implementation? Do we need more hand-holding? Do we need more clinical supervision? The trainings being done, is it really catering to the needs at the classroom level? And I'm going to ask the question, are we transferring from training into practice? When our teachers go to workshops, are they being held accountable to deliver what the training was when they get back to the classroom? Is it that they just visit the training and it's left there when they get back to the classroom, it's all back to who I am? And so that's a conversation we really need to have. What does truly Jamaican and future-ready curriculum look like? Is the NSC that curriculum? And so, colleagues, I really want to thank you and to say to you that we at the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, we welcome these conversations because we take every conversation about our curriculum seriously so that we can inform and change, if needed, the way in which we revise the curriculum in the future. Thank you very much, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mrs. Terry and Thomas Gale. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see that PEMCA in planning this event is very strategic because we wanted to hear from our dean, a faculty of humanities and education, and given that perspective. And so we thought that it's very prudent to hear from the ministry. And so we want to hear in terms of policies and, the insight that they have there. And as we move to the second presenter, it's very strategic. Primary school principal, Mrs. Lasagna Harrison. And so we want to hear what's happening at the primary level. And after that, we will hear from Mr. Ware, principal of the Old Harbor High School, what's happening at the secondary level. And then we will have our discussion, question and answer session for the presenters. Ms. Patricia Forrester will also give a summary of the presentations. And I should have mentioned that 7 to 10 minutes, Prof. Thompson told me 7 to 10 minutes, but I'm thinking that we need more than 7 to 10 minutes. So the audience, I'm sure you're enjoying it's a very spirited discussion. The information is relevant, and I don't think, Prof. Thompson, we can capture it in 7 to 10 minutes. So no discrimination. We want equity for the next 2 presenters. I will say 7 to 10 minutes, but I will allow you to share because I know the passion that you have for education. And it's also, PEMCA's an advocate movement. We want to hear what the stakeholders are saying and how we can make the changes in our education system. Without further ado, I now move to introduce our second presenter, Lasanya Harrison. Lasanya Harrison currently serves as the Chief Servant of Faith's Primary School located in Glengough, St. Catherine. She's a trained graduate of the Shortwood Teachers College and holds a Master of Arts degree in Supervision from Western Carolina University. Mrs. Harrison has served the education sector for over 20 years, 12 of which were dedicated to serving the young ladies at Holy Childhood High School prior to occupying her current post. Mrs. Harrison is passionate about education and all matters relating to the sector. She's a born advocate and a unionist at heart. And we see she's now second term in JTA presidency. She is a disruptor of the status quo, desiring, as God does, justice, truth, and mercy. She has served as president of and currently is the president-elect of the Jamaica Teachers Association. She's a true patriot, one who has never been desirous of living anywhere else in the world other than this rock, Jamaica, and has pledged to the Lord that her skills and competencies that have for the most part been honed here will be used to build this nation. In addition to the Word of God, she is fueled by the philosophy, having a part of something when the curtains are drawn, I must be comfortable within myself that my contribution was to the best of my God-given ability. Without further ado, let's welcome Mrs. Lasanya Harrison, who will now share her contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Black. Permit me to greet our acting CEO of the Ministry of Education, Mrs. Thomas Gale, and other ministry representatives present, our keynote, Dr. Dion Edwards-Carr, Mrs. Kincaid, Dr. Kincaid, Clark, Professor Canyu Thompson, other Mr. Brown, other members of the leadership of PEMCA, colleagues all, and forgive me, fellow principal, Mr. Ware, and presenter, colleagues all, good, it's still morning. I'm not quite sure if I have anything left to say. Given the presentation by Dr. Carr, and certainly some of the expressions made by Dr. Gail Pending, because she's a doctor. Yes, she is. She's a PhD candidate. So, really? That wasn't announced this morning. Okay, so now I know she's officially so, Dr. Thomas Gale. So I want to thank you both for your presentations and certainly also the opening thoughts expressed by Mr. Brown. Some pressing and pointed questions asked. And one I want to zero in is that of theory versus practice. And I heard Dr. Carr's presentation as well as Dr. Gale's presentation. And I'm a little, personally, as it relates to the use of the promises of the NSC versus what I perhaps would think we want to be some intended guarantees of the NSC. Promises, we have a little thing says a promise is a comfort to a fool. I don't know if we still use that expression, if we still say that little thing. But I would want us to be more deliberate in our words and in our thoughts as a nation. So this conversation, I believe, is quite, I agree, as all have concurred that it is timely, it is relevant. The conversation, I do believe, must be had against the background of the output we are desirous of, as shared by Dr. Gale, Drs. Gale and Carr. The citizen we are intending to produce. A philosophy of education guides him, and I'm happy Dr. Gale went into it. And prior to 2023, there existed no philosophy of education in Jamaica. We had a mantra: every child can learn, every child must. But post the presidency of one individual named LaSonia Harrison, there was the task to create a philosophy of education, because it was something I lobbied significantly for the entire presidency, that a mantra of every child can learn, every child must, was not a philosophy. We have one. There are those who continue to question its structure, its content. Nonetheless, we have, and what it articulates, but nonetheless we have. But I think also central to the conversation has to be the consideration of the costing and funding of education. That has to be a national conversation we have. It is not one that can be escaped, because I could just stop talking, because if it is we look at the things I highlighted by Dr. Carr, the gaps and the challenges, Dr. Gale coming out of that interim review, I missed the beginning of it to see who were the participants in SAME, yes, but it is highlighting resourcing. Another critical component that we must premise this conversation on is that of the foundation. The NSC starts at grade 1, takes you all the way up to grade 9. I know, because I am a trainer of trainers in the NSC. At that time, I'm a high school trained teacher, and so I was one of the trainers who went across the island to train the teachers. But where is the introduction, where the foundation is critical? Until we fix early childhood education, we're going to build NSC till we're blue. But we will continue to see those lingering deficits and those challenges, because the foundation needs to be fixed. That cannot be absent from the conversation here today. We know this. If we're going to talk about structure, just natural foundation of buildings, of houses, if the foundation not tan good, and yes, then the building that goes up, it's going to have structural issues, and we see the structural issues. So we have a wonderful, let me premise this also. I am happy that I consulted my colleagues. Praise God. I didn't just get the theme and decided that I was just going to come here and speak. I went to teachers on the ground and found what it is that they're saying. So this is not necessarily LaSonia Harrison. This is coming from the voices of the practitioners on the ground, because it is critical to us going forward. So the Jamaica primary curriculum has undergone significant transformation over the years, particularly with the introduction of the National Standards Curriculum in 2017, and we already know it replaced the revised curriculum primary curriculum that was introduced in 99, piloted in 99, and officially introduced 2003. The NSC did follow the similar path of being piloted. The assessment aligned to the primary component of the NSC was to follow a similar path of piloting, but was introduced in 2019, the GSAT contract having expired. Thanks to COVID-19, maybe, one could argue that it was inevitably phased in, as the first cohort of students to complete all 3 years of the paper, PEP 4, 5, and 6, only transitioned to high school in June of 2024. The three components of the paper, performance task, ability tests, curriculum-based tests, have been originally administered. It was originally administered to be administered. Ability test was originally to have been in term 2, performance task in term 1, curriculum-based tests term 3, and for PEP 5, term 3 performance task, and for PEP 4, term 3. That was adopted from the Ministry of Education, SAU website. The performance task was originally designed to mock that of the SBA component of CSEC. I don't know if anybody remembers that. They were to be project-based in nature, completed under supervision of the class teacher at the school, graded, and then the grade submitted, similar to how the SBA, anybody remembers that? No? The integrity of our classroom teachers came under significant scrutiny. Yes, sparking much national debate, and that was shelved. The shift from a content-heavy, teacher-directed model towards competency-based learning was both necessary and progressive. Greater emphasis on critical thinking, problem solving, collaboration, creativity, and learner engagement reflects the realities of the 21st learner and aligns with the broader goals of Jamaica. While changes are inevitable, owing to the many shiftings in society and the world at large, curriculum reform must remain a continuous process, we all have agreed. Society is changing rapidly, technology is evolving, and students' needs are becoming increasingly complex. The discussion on further enhancement, to my mind, is overdue and is therefore timely and necessary. And all against the backdrop of a theme introduced at the start of Education Week: Reformation Now, rebuilding an education system buoyed by the Eternal Father and unrelenting unionism. What are some key areas for contemplation that could aid in further enhancement of the existing framework? One, and I believe it is established, balancing curriculum. Your review would have highlighted it, Dr. Gale, of the breadth and the depth of the current curriculum. Educators consulted have concluded there is much content overload. The sheer volume of curriculum content to be covered within limited instructional time is frustrating to both teachers and students. I did common entrance, so there are those who say that, you know, I'm sure there's positives and negative with everything. I did common entrance. We didn't learn half the content that we learned doing common entrance vis-a-vis the children doing PEP today. What correlation is there between the brain going on to high school and ready and can absorb some more thing versus laden one that I don't know how many high school teachers are here, and I taught at the high school. I received many children. I taught 7th grade in particular. And it's almost like the children, after they finish the PEP, them say, all right, me reach. See me here. I have crossed the hurdle. I reach. My goal has been accomplished. I sit the PEP and I reach a high school. I taking a break. Literally, and it's almost like our children zone out for the entire grade 7, grade 8, sometimes it's grade 9 before you see the children start picking up again and saying, let me start to learn something. There is a disconnect. Something is not happening. But when I went to high school, I think I did want to go learn when I reached grade 7 because I don't feel that there was this overload and pressure. The pressure is real. Both parents and children tune out after they have achieved the goal. After who spend where they no have, and those who not spend where they no have, just have to work with what is their reality, wherever you place you go. So we're having some challenges where that is concerned. So the brains, can you honestly say, those of us, can the brains, when we look at our children today, can they really compete against some of our brains who did common entrance? Can their brains compete? Majority of our children, majority, the CSEC output is not showing that. You think those children are reasoning more than we reason? When I had to, let me just, it's not taking up your time. We had to, when you talk about critical thinking, it's something that I have in my brain to challenge, you know. We had to go find the resource how to make it dolly. We had to go out in nature and do all sorts of something, and that wasn't critical thinking, in order for us to create our resources and all of these things. It wasn't critical thinking. Our children with all the access to information today, are we seeing the levels of critical thinking that we are desirous of? We can answer the question for the teachers who are on the ground. As someone in the nation, you know, so we continue to think about that. So in many cases, teachers feel pressured to move rapidly through the topics, maintain pacing guides, prepare students for assessment, complete administrative requirements simultaneously. This sometimes results in a superficial coverage rather than mastery of learning. I think that has come from the presentations before. If this were not the case, why do so many of our children transition, as I was asking, to secondary education, behaving like white slates before their teachers? The curriculum is supposed to be spiral, you know. Yes, but when them come to 7th grade, how many teachers at the high school testify when the children come? Did you learn this before? No. Yes, it's almost like you have to be starting the building again. You see, they're not coming as, so there is a disconnect. Considerations for improvement, Madam Gale, you have already identified it. The modified curriculum, the objectives that are dispatched, yes, they are to be, it is suggested, and I got these directly from teachers. That is probably what we need to focus on, yes, and reduce. Allow more time for mastery and reinforcement. Increasing opportunities for remediation and enrichment, promoting application-based learning experiences. Students benefit from more deeply understanding fewer concepts than briefly touching everything across the board without retention or the ability to transfer. If we are to be deliberate, honest, and not expedient, then we must look truly again if currently what obtains can accommodate experiential and problem-based learning. We're looking at these take time, they take preparation, and they take resources. With the variables at hand in our system, can the NSC really deliver what it desires? Literacy and foundation, again, I tell you I didn't have to speak, foundations need to be solidified. The Patterson report, the exit CXC results in maths and language arts tell a story, one trend, and so we need to improve the trend. Literacy and numeracy must remain central priorities within primary education, and I dare say early childhood education. What we're having is some significant problem because the children coming to school coming without the requisite start. And it goes back to a root problem that is not a Ministry of Education. It's a national problem we're having of parenting. Because the school's supposed to start the learning, and the first trainers, the first school is home. And many parents have absconded their duties. You had poor parents who couldn't read and write, who ensured that their children learned how to read and write. And now we have better educated or people who have access to for their children, and we find that it is the sole responsibility of teacher to make children learn. Yes? And then you have some children, like when I go to my classes and support my teachers there, I have to say to a boy, even since week, I said, boy, your attitude is saying, teacher, make me learn if you can. Make me learn if you can. Because the teacher is up there doing all that she needs to do and trying to engage you, and you just sit down. So, no, and yes, and your attitude is, if you think you can make me learn today. You know, so these are some of the challenges that we have. The literacy, reading fluency, comprehension, vocabulary. Let me go to the areas of focus for consideration. Let us get back to basics. So hear us to talk about whole heap of things, and the ministry has begun their listening, because the return of the early intervention, grades 1 to 3 last year, for those schools who never take it off, because we did understand how critical it is, so they did not remove isolated reading from the curriculum because it is critical. I am saying teachers are also saying teaching phonics isolatedly, discreetly is critical as well. Teachers are also saying penmanship is something that is critical as well. We have too many doctors from early childhood. You can't make out what the children, why? Because we're on this thrust to go E. And E, everything E is not good, and it has its place. Should we be having a national conversation that maybe in Jamaica, according to Jamaica's context, and them say fish their sea bottom, fish say short their sea bottom, you listen and take note. We have seen all of these international countries that we like to compare ourselves with, that they are reverting on this thrust for everything E. Maybe we want to say we will introduce E to our early childhood children very limitedly, because what is being observed is that the absence of physical books and manipulatives eye and coordination is going down. Pattern direction, sequencing, direction skills, all needed by children in developmental stages. So it looked like Piaget and all of these other theories have now gone through the window, and the development stages are no longer important. Because once these things are, so that we have to establish a solid foundation first. And then we systemically introduce how much access to and integration of the E to education. We need increased oral language development, improved comprehension instruction, hands-on numeracy experiences, differentiated support for struggling learners. Foundational weaknesses at the pre-primary and early childhood level, collectively the early childhood years 0 to 8, often continue throughout the education system. Our next consideration, that of enhancing differentiation and inclusion. We're all on the same page, you know, we understand what is happening, but we need, so let me go now, special education needs, diagnosed and undiagnosed. For the teachers, the undiagnosed, we're being asked to administer medicine to patients that have not received formal diagnosis. That is what the system is asking of our teachers. And the teachers are doing the very best they can. But when I'm give Panadol, when is ibuprofen, you did need, or Voltaren. Yes, I am not giving, I'm not being targeted in the prescription that is needed. And so we must pay attention to our resourcing of education. Not enough practitioners educate, I must say this, special needs is on life support. Special needs education is on life support. Not enough practitioners, not enough centers for assessment, migration of special needs teachers as you train them, because they're getting the kind of, and of course the units that are established are under-resourced. Thanks to our sitting president, 4 schools recently got some much needed help at their Labor Day project. So while the NSC promotes learner-centered instruction, many teachers still require stronger practical support in implementing differentiated instruction. And the NSC, the assessment, I hear you, Dr. Gale, but if the national assessment is not differentiated, you're not leading by example. So if it is that you want us in school to be testing children based on differentiated methodologies, how then everybody get pen and paper tests, Dr. Gale? It cannot work. So as a nation, I am never taught, my ministry people misinterpret me all the time. My conversation is always to the nation. Because until we decide what kind of citizen, how we're going to find the money to produce the citizen that we need to see, education will continue to be projectized and politicized and have the different sizings, because we have not decided as a nation what we want the system to produce. All right. So curriculum enhancement must ensure that inclusion, practical and sustainable, and they're not merely theoretical. I know because the ministry come under pressure, we have to come up with something. Yes? But sometimes there's something that is contrived at the ministry and then said to us as teachers on the ground, it no workable. And when we tell you, say it no workable, then it seems as if we no want no progress and we are pushed back. And then so it really go. And that is why I ask all the time that from you start to have the conversation, invite the practitioners on the ground to the table. You cannot have any true solution if the teachers on whom you rely to carry out your vision are not sitting at the table. And you know, when I say teachers, Dr. Gale, standing as the incoming president again, second time, I don't know why the teachers do it to me, but the Lord knows. Yes, to speak on their behalf. Me not talk just me, you know. I'm not talking the office of the presidency of the Jamaica Teachers Association. I'm talking about my colleagues who are sitting out there, who are on the ground, who have the real life experience. Because when you hear from the teacher up a Kutru and you did think about it, you say, boy, but it's not going to work up a Kutru. What are they going to do up there? Because their realities on the ground are so stark from those who are in urban. So you have urban, rural is so different from even rural. Yes, it's two different realities. Do a country, we call it in Jamaica. Everybody a country? But you have urban country and you have rural country. Yeah, country. Yes? Yeah. So expanding the digital and literacy. So we have, and I hear the ministry. And so when we do a little pushback, you're going to say that yes, you're providing the technology. But we have the in, but we're not so sure where the net, the tar and the net catch in some of the schools. So the infrastructure is there, you know, and I'm telling you, these are things I got from my teachers. But it is not there to carry, the bandwidth is not there to carry in the same school to use the devices with everybody at the same time. It is not there, you can't carry it. And for some school, perhaps like Mr. Ware, that have a lot of money or have access to money, yes, they might have full coverage over there. But I know there are many schools that the internet provision is there, the infrastructure is there, but it is not working. The teachers still have to download from your teachers still have to be hotspotting. You know how much my gigabyte gone to? Hotspotting if you want to do something live and in living color in the classroom with the devices that have been provided by e-learning. So the reality facing many schools, we have a whole heap of challenges. Let me come down. Some of the things will perhaps come out when it is we have a discourse. Evaluation, we talk about that already. The PEP cannot not align with what it is, the real life experiences that we're saying and what it is that we want for the children. We're just not seeing that where the PEP, it is still a placement exam. Yes, and so when will the test, the assessment align with the curriculum truly to assess one's competency rather than serving merely as a placement exam? It is still carrying out that function. So there are several other thoughts that of prioritizing the holistic child and some other stuff because our children need to be spiritually anchored. We've had many conversations. I'll wrap it up. We talk well in Jamaica. I pray for much of same to transition into meaningful action with the teacher on the ground, meaningfully involved in the way forward from conception to execution. Every blessing, thank you so much for your listening.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I told you that PEMCA is strategic in the presenters. Mr. Ware said yes. You're on the fire now, right? So we heard from Mrs. Terry Ann Thomas, our acting education officer, stress the importance of the philosophy of education and really that the curriculum, being grounded in learner-centered and constructivism. And Mrs. Harrison spoke about the concerns, the promises of the NSC as opposed to, Mrs. Harrison, the intended guarantees, right? And we also have to take into consideration the realities of our education system. Mrs. Harrison also spoke about, costing and funding, and more importantly, the challenges. And I don't think the challenges are unique to just Jamaica. Of course, we have the wider Caribbean and globally. And so, but more importantly, what stuck out was the social issues, the role of the family. I think we miss that all the time when we say, teachers will say, oh, that we're the daycare center, that parents send the children to school, right? But the issue there is what's happening at home. Are the children being supervised? And so, hearing from Mrs. Harrison, talking about the social issues and the role of the family, differentiation and inclusion, but more importantly, the realities of our education system. And speaking from the primary level, we now move to hear from Mr. Lincoln Ware, who will shed some light. Mr. Ware, I think you will wrap up in 10 minutes what is happening at the secondary level, the passion that you have to share with us. And so I'll introduce Mr. Ware to our audience, and we're cognizant of the time. It's now 10 minutes after 12. We have our question and answer session that's coming up where we'll get an opportunity to delve deeper into the promises and the realities of our education system, to hear from our experts, the three presenters here today. We thank you for still remaining with us, for those who are here physically and for those who are online. Linton Clinton Osric Ware, JP, is a distinguished educator, transformational leader, and committed contributor to Jamaica's education sector. With over 30 years of dedicated service, he has positively influenced countless students, educators, and communities. Since 2009, he has served as principal of Old Harbour High School, where he has led with vision, discipline, and excellence. He began his journey at Elim Agricultural School and later attended Case, College of Agricultural Science and Education, earning a diploma in education and an associate degree in general agriculture. And then he furthered his studies at Louisiana State University, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in animal science and later completed a master's degree in educational administration and leadership at the International University of the Caribbean. Mr. Ware has served in several capacities, including Elim Agricultural High School, Tatius Golden High School, Portmore Community College, Case, and Old Harbour High, where he's currently the principal. His outstanding service has earned him numerous awards, including the Ministry of Education Region 6 Principal of the Year 2013 to 2014, Ministry of Education, Youth and Information Principal of the Year, Region 6, 2019. LASCO, Ministry of Education Principal of the Year, 2019 to 2023. And the Prime Minister's Medal of Appreciation of Service of Education, 2022. Principal of the Year, again, Mr. Ware, 2023. Old Harbour High and Friends Association, Outstanding Citizen, 2026. And beyond the classroom, Mr. Ware has served in several national and community leadership roles. As a past student of Old Harbour High School, his rise from student to principal is a remarkable story of determination, loyalty, and achievement. Linton Ware continues to be a source of inspiration through his mentorship, leadership, and unwavering commitment to educational excellence and national progress. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our final presenter, Mr. Linton Ware.
Moderator Dr. Black. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Still morning? Oh, afternoon. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, in the dancehall world, you would never ask a Beres Hammond to come after a Vibes Cartel. And this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I am placed in that position. So with the protocol that has been established, I stand firmly on it this afternoon. I am pleased to participate in this important discussion on the National Standard Curriculum and its impact on students' development. As a school principal, I have the privilege of observing firsthand the outcomes of primary education system and the preparedness of students as they transition into secondary education. In providing an overview of the National Standard Curriculum and its usefulness, the National Standard Curriculum represents one of the most significant educational reforms in Jamaica in recent decades. It moves beyond the traditional focus on content coverage and places greater emphasis on competence-based learning, critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, collaboration, and communication. The National Standards Curriculum seeks to prepare students not only for examination, but also for life, work, and citizenship in a rapidly changing global environment. Its learner-centered approach encourages students to become active participants in their own learning rather than passive recipients of information. I see tremendous potential in the National Standards Curriculum. It's effectively implemented. It can produce graduates with adaptability, innovative, technological competent, and capable of contributing meaningfully to the national development. Competence and characters of students entering secondary school. The students who came to us display a wide variety of strengths and abilities. Many demonstrate curiosity and enthusiasm for learning, basic technological awareness, creativity and imagination, strong interpersonal skills, a willingness to participate in collaborative activities. However, there is considerable variation in preparedness. While some students arrive with strong literacy and numeracy foundations, others struggle with fundamental reading, writing, comprehension, and mathematical concepts. We also observe differences in critical thinking skills, problem-solving abilities, self-management and organization, resilience and persistency, communication skills. The difference often reflects variation in learning opportunities, home support, and educational experiences at the primary level. Strategies used to support students' development. At the Old Harbour High School, we employ several strategies to support student growth and development. These include diagnostic assessment. From time to time, we receive students who are placed on the different pathway. Pathway 1, Pathway 2, Pathway 3. Pathway 1, those students need little support. Those students are independent learners. Pathway 2, they need a little bit of pushing. But those students on Pathway 3, they need a lot more pushing. And what it is that we find is that the students who have been sent to us and placed on the different pathway by the Ministry of Education, we had to do our own diagnostic tests of our students because we recognize some of the students who are placed in Pathway 1, when we do our tests, they're really Pathway 3 students. So it is important that we do our diagnostic as well. Item number 2, targeted intervention program. So here at Old Harbor High School, we have received from the Ministry of Education our different coaches, and our coaches have been doing very well. Coaches for literacy, coaches for numeracy. Students who require support in literacy and numeracy receive structured assistance through specialized programs and differentiated instructions. 3, student-centered teaching. Teachers are encouraged to utilize interactive, collaborative, and technological support teaching strategies that align with the philosophy of the NSCE. Guidance and counseling support. Ladies and gentlemen, guidance and counselors are very important in our schools. But based on what we are seeing, ladies and gentlemen, now it is no time for us to have social workers. The challenges are numerous. And ladies and gentlemen, guidance and counselors cannot solve the different situations that we are seeing. And now is the time, Madam. It is time for us now to have in our schools individuals who will provide that sort of a support. And we're talking about our social workers. It cannot be that we're going to have social worker, one in each region. Colleagues, it is going to be important, similarly, where we have a 1 in 500 guidance counselor, that we try to obtain same as it relates to our social workers. Ladies and gentlemen, co-curricular encouragement is important. We continue to encourage our students to participate in co-curricular involvement. So at Old Harbor High School, ladies and gentlemen, we have a senior teacher who is responsible for clubs and society, because it is important that we have our students participate in clubs and society. Outside of the regular curriculum, ladies and gentlemen, it is important that our students participate in the hidden curriculum. Parental participation. Ladies and gentlemen, while it is that we have our parents participating in PTA workshops and so on, it is very important for us to understand, and parents need to understand, that it takes a partnership and a relationship with parents and school for school to run effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, what it is that we have done at the Old Harbor High School to assist us as it relates to parent support. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen a couple of fights within our school in recent days, and we have instituted that, look, parents, you need to come on board. So we now have block monitors. So we invite volunteers, we give them branded shirts, and they are now in our institution. Not just in the institution, on the roads as well, in the bathroom, in the parks. So our parents now become integral in solving some of the problems that we are experiencing. So we seek to maintain strong communication with parents, because students' success is strengthened when schools and families work together. Gone are the days when parents are of the opinion that school should be treated as a daycare center. It cannot be. It has to be partnership. It has to be a relationship. And our parents must be a part of this relationship. Gaps observed in primary preparation of students. While many students transition successfully, there are areas that required continued attention. Among the gaps, we observe 1, inconsistent literacy proficiencies, particularly reading comprehension, weaknesses in numeracy and mathematical reasoning, limited ability to apply knowledge to unfamiliar situations, challenges with independent learning and self-regulation, insufficient exposure to critical thinking and analytical tasks, variation in digital literacy skills, limited confidence in oral communication and public speaking. These gaps are not universal, but are significant enough to warrant focused attention. Strategies for improving NSC and students' development. To strengthen the impact of NSC, I would propose the following. 1, strengthen early literacy and numeracy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important that we put serious attention in early childhood education. It cannot be that in early childhood education, there's one trained individual and the other individuals have not received any training. Yet still, the one individual who is trained is paid by the Ministry of Education, the government of Jamaica, but the others, they don't receive that sort of a payment. Number two, increased teacher professional development. And I must say, yes, the Ministry of Education have been doing some work where that is concerned, because we now have what is called the National Training Day. Teachers must continue to receive training and support to effectively implement competency-based instruction and assessment. 3, enhance monitoring and support mechanism. Schools need consistent support, resources, and feedback to ensure fidelity of implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2016, we were able to move the school fee, or what we call the support that parents provide our schools with. We were able to move it to $16,500. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in 2026, and the figure remained the same, $16,500. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not be able to do much to advance the sort of teaching and learning and the support that we need in our school if the fees remain the same. Colleagues, item number 4, expand technological integration. Students should have greater access to digital tools and opportunities to develop 21st century skills. 5, strengthen school-to-school collaboration. Primary and secondary school should engage in more structural dialogue regarding students' readiness and transition. And 5, increase parent and community engagement. Educational transformation cannot occur in schools alone. Families and communities must be in a relationship. It must have a partnership. And 6, focus on character development. Alongside academic achievement, we must intentionally cultivate values such as integrity, respect, responsibility, resilience, and empathy. Ladies and gentlemen, it cannot be that we are going to be just teaching math, science, and chemistry. It is going to be very important, ladies and gentlemen, that we teach the other things as well, and they must now become a part of the curriculum where we talk about respect, where we talk about responsibility, where we talk about empathy. In closing, the National Standard Curriculum has laid a strong foundation for transforming education in Jamaica. While challenges remain, the vision is sound and the opportunities are significant. Our collective responsibility is to ensure that every child receives the support, guidance, and opportunities necessary to reach his or her full potential. When our curriculum, teachers, parents, communities, and institutions work in harmony, we create not only successful students, but productive citizens who will help shape Jamaica land we love. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, and I wait for us to have that discussion following.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ware. And as we continue the discourse, just to share Mr. Ware's experience, observing firsthand how students transition from primary to secondary level, and really what the NSC is about. It seeks to prepare students for life and work and citizenship. We saw his passion coming out, and one thing that resonated with me with the two practitioners, and I say practitioners because they're actually in the field, the common thing that came out right there, both persons mentioned, increase in parent and community engagement, which goes back to what our second presenter spoke about, the social challenges that we're experiencing in Jamaica. We'll move to have a summary of the points by Mrs. Patricia, but Professor Thompson, in giving his closing remarks, will share a few points before. Come.
Thank you very much, Dr. Black. Colleagues, I regret that I am not able to remain to the normal, formal end. And here I'm not going to be offering closing remarks in the closing remarks sense, but just to make some general observations from the presentation and to identify perhaps 3 points of intersection that stood out for me, among others. So Mr. Ware is the recipient, in a sense, of the products of the primary system. And I found it interesting, Mr. Ware, that one of the problems you highlighted as an area for intense focus is literacy. It is the bedrock of the student's capacity to achieve, to both interpret information as well as articulate and communicate information. It's interesting that you made that point. Prior to your speaking, Mrs. Harrison, Lawson Harrison, spoke to the dialogue we're having nationally and globally around the E, and more specifically around the keyboard and the extent to which we utilize devices in the early stages of development. And I believe that there is that question, Madam CEO, that we must answer. The research is showing quite compellingly that too early an exposure to the keyboard reduces the child's grasp of letter formation as a basic function of literacy development. It also affects the student's brain development in terms of memory. So, for example, a student who is exposed to the calculator at an early stage without understanding the number line and number structures will punch in two numbers, make a mistake, and is not able to differentiate between what the answer ought to be and the answer that is being shown. So I think that this issue of how the curriculum relates to, integrates, and facilitates exposure to the technology is something we need to address critically in order to ensure we do not undermine the fundamental value and function of literacy, which is a tool of navigation in any learning community. The final observation I would make, and I think all four speakers, both the keynote speaker and the three panelists who will now speak and engage, and you CEO, you highlighted this as one of the key next steps, of key priorities, is a question of character development. And the other speakers were aligned on that. One of the issues with which we're grappling here at the university, and I would say all sectors of the education system, is how we promote ethical use of artificial intelligence. There is the view that, and I think it's a compelling view, that we should not attempt to legislate the use of artificial intelligence, because it's there. People are going to be there using it, having access to it, whether or not we wish them so to do. Where the energy needs to be focused, and I think the presentations address this, was on how we construct and cultivate in our students, as well as in ourselves, the discipline to be ethical and responsible. When I was a youngster back in when I was in university for the first time back in the 80s, before many of you were born, in the early 80s, let's say some of you. One of the problems we had Dr. Zoykin, Professor Zoykin Clark, was anybody here from the library? Where you'd have perhaps 3 copies of a particular book in the reserve section. And sometimes it's a very Christian lady or Christian gentleman, maybe sometimes a heathen as well, would go to the library. It's an overnight loan. And he or she would take that book and keep it for a week, depriving other students, and be willing to pay the fine to bring it back late. And the notion there, if I have this book, I will pass and the others will fail, because at least I'm getting information. You had even more severe unethical uses. They would tear out the page with the critical information. They would tear out that page. I say all that to say that misuse of AI is only the contemporary form of unethical behavior in the academy. And the solution must lie in, to use your word, Madam CEO, character development. And that is where this conversation is headed, that we need to rethink our society, not so much through the lens of the technologies, but through the transformation of the person. And this is where I want to make my contribution and ask for your understanding as I must leave for another assignment, and to thank you for your patience. Please forgive me as for being the organizer, but the first one to run. Do forgive me.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thompson. And before you go, we appreciate your visionary and your leadership for PEMCO. So as we continue the discussion, I'm going to invite Mrs. Patricia Forrester, who will give a summary of the presentations, and she says 5 minutes or less. And I'm also going to invite the presenters to have a seat. We're going to have a discussion, but then, you know, just a question and answer session right at the front here. It speaks to the heart of why you're here and presenting all this information to us. So Patricia in 2 minutes, and the presenters we can wrap up in 5 to 10 minutes. Dr. Gale, in 5 to 10 minutes. All right, we'll do that. We'll wrap up in 5.
Good afternoon to my distinguished colleagues. I am Patricia Scarlett Forrester, principal at Pisgah Primary and Infant School in the deep, deep rural parts of St. Elizabeth. It is an honor for me to represent education at such a time as this, and to participate in this timely and a very important conversation. And I must say thank you to PEMCO. Education, reform, transformation is an ongoing process. Others will come after us, and the transformation of our education system will still be trending. Dr. Carr, as you rightly said, the core promises of the NSC is to provide equity, and I say promises because I add quality. Dr. Thomas Gale, you said we need to develop the whole child, and we know that that's our priority. That's what we do as educators. We must develop the whole child. As an educator at the primary level, I must tell you that I embrace the NSC with all my heart, because after doing an in-depth research, I found out that PBL, the project-based learning, is key, along with the 4 C's. They are keys to developing our learners, 21st century learners. I have been using project-based learning since 2012, and I have not stopped. Presently, we are doing some projects at the school, and these projects are based on the project-based learning approach. And I'm here to say that the NSC, project-based learning and the 4 C's, they are embedded in the NSC. It's just for us now to get our teachers to bind to it and to really start using it. If you are not doing PBL or the 4Cs, you are not engaging, you are not enjoying the NSE. I can tell you that. It is those areas that really, bring out the topics, bring out the objectives, and bring them to real life for the students. However, as Jamaican educators, we need to give more attention to our national vision. What I notice is that a lot of time we are having conversation and the national vision and the goals, they are missing. But if we are preparing our students, for Jamaica and for economic growth, then we need to ensure that in our classrooms, in our schools, in our colleges, the national vision and the goals, they should be placed everywhere, and everything we do should align to that. I am so pleased, very, very pleased, because for our first PEMCA conversation, citizenship and character education was one of the presentations we did. I did that presentation. So I am very pleased to know that citizenship and character education is a priority. And I do believe it needs to be our #1 priority. Because at my school, we have a character and citizenship program. We also have a pledge. And when our students display undesirable behaviors, we use the character program. The integrity, we would ask, would a student of integrity behave this way? Are you being responsible? Are you being trustworthy? If something is missing, when they steal other people's pencil and sharpener and so on, we would call them, and instead of, fussing with them, are you being responsible? And therefore, we use our character and citizenship program to, as I said, correct our students. As Principal Ware spoke about the relationship with our parents, it's key. A relationship with our parents, that's key. And even before you said it, I was there saying, just as my colleague, Mrs. Harrison, said that early childhood is important. And I said, very, very important. But the home, that is where it all starts. That is where it all starts. And therefore, we really need to have our social workers out and assisting our parents. In conclusion, I will end by trying to set a platform for our next conversation by saying that the NSE is trending. It is trending. What is not trending and does not represent decolonization is the Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 placement of our students. And I do believe that we need to start a conversation to disrupt this system. And I have no doubt that PEMCA will take the lead in starting this new conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Forrester. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end, and we're going to have our discussion. It's important that we kind of examine, the very pertinent points that the presenters have shared with us. And so we want to delve deeper. And at this point, are there any questions? I think we will move to at least 2 questions for each of our panelists. So do we have any questions in the audience? Yes, there's one right there. Thank you. All right. Yes, just use the mic. And if you have a question, just follow behind our colleague as we wrap up. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
All right, my name is Vanessa Palmer, owner of TeachEdX, professional development provider here in Jamaica. Mm-hmm. So my question will naturally be aligned to teacher development, because one of the largest, I believe, contributors to curriculum implementation is the teacher, because they're the ones on the ground.
Right.
So my question is, how are we are thinking about supporting our teachers beyond one PD day per term? Because based on the needs that we're seeing, I'm thinking that we would need a larger in-service professional development mechanism that goes beyond that. How can we make that systematic? And that
Who are you
is
directing your question to?
the question directed to the CEO as well as the Jamaica Teacher Association.
Okay, so that's the CEO and JTA. So, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Although we have, I think it's 3, one in each term, yes, the midterm prescribed professional development days. We have training that continues throughout the day, throughout the year. Our summer program, there's training that happens throughout the summer program, and we have training outside of the professional development days where there are needs. So coming out of the assessment, when we look and we see the gaps, we usually pull those schools, those areas that we see that there are gaps, we pull the schools and we go through the weaknesses that we found. So there are other sessions apart from the professional development days. I think, though, in order for us to really address the issue at hand, our sessions, and we have begun those since sitting as the chair of, sitting as the CEO, we now need to look to make our training go beyond the presentation room into the classroom. And so our training now see our teachers doing more of a reflective practice. So when they go back to the class, even from the design of the training, the teachers have to do the reflection there, and then there is work that they need to do at the action that they have to take into. I want to say, add to that, I know the discussion points a lot to what PEP is, and we have seen where PEP has now become what the NSC should be, and I'm using the words loosely, and so we are looking even how we release the results. All our primary level institution and high school level last year got their own PEP profile manual. And in that manual, what it did is show the schools, the principals, the leaders, the students you're receiving, how are they performing, and what are the gaps that we have identified. I know oftentimes we speak to the pathways, but in order for us, the pathways really just how teaching and learning should be designed at the secondary level. We're not saying that the students on Pathway 1, they are ready to sail. Along with their placement at Pathway 1, we need to look at how it is that they have performed in the other areas, the subject areas, and at the school level to design those other professional sessions to cater to those gaps that we have seen. Common planning time is a professional session, and that's envisioned and is built in the curriculum. So we have to have the common planning time be more than just teachers writing lesson plan, but those sessions where you point out the weak areas and you have professionals coming in to help your teachers to develop in those weak areas. Do we need more? Training never stops. It's never enough. Things changes every day. The issues come up every day. And so training must be continuous. Content knowledge development and content knowledge skills are those areas that we must continuously do. And that's the leaders within our institution must look at the teachers that they have and must be able to plan continuous training in order to retool their teachers.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gale. The importance, we're noting society is dynamic, not static, so training is important. Madam, Ms. Sonia, JTA, response from JTA.
So we can all agree the substance of the teacher is critical to the system. Yes, Dr. Gale would have spoken to common planning time I had here, and in addition to the 3 days, but also critically, well, coming out of our QEC and our quality education circles, we do have training organized there as well, and that is drilling down from the data coming out of external examinations, that kind of thing, and just from our own internal deliberations. Also internally at school, when we look at the SIP and the end of year appraisal, then I sit with my teachers and we come up with a PD matrix to say what it is that we will be drilling in, what we'll be focusing on, what are the areas that we need to work on, and we tailor those our PDs around that, coming out of the SIP as well as the end of year appraisal. As it relates to the Jamaica Teachers Association, before the JTC there was the JTA, yes? And PDs are the professional arm of the association has for years. So you have the Education Symposium, Helen Stills Professional Development Day, Education Conference, Early Childhood Conference, Special Education Conference. With the teachers will be going to JD Tan Summit. We have international conferences that we help to support ACD. We partner with the guidance counselors, AVP, as they assist the AVP, AP, VP, and JAPS, yes? Okay. And so there is continuous professional. One of the things I said to my teachers, because every time they go to a PD, they're supposed to write a report. But and I said to them, choose one something. I'm not asking you to take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just one thing from that professional engagement, and then make a deliberate effort to incorporate same. And I said, from now, I'm going to be targeted. So whatever you write in the report, I am going to be looking for it and to include it in your appraisal, looking for it in your lesson plan, looking for it in we have to be deliberate. Okay. And I think and intentional. And if we don't do it, then we will forever go to the PDs and same so. Yes, all of us are the same. So we have to be intentional, just to take one thing. And if you add 3 things for each year, say you just do the 3 PDs, and you take one thing from each. It's 3 new strategies or 3 new approaches you're employing for the year. I think then we will see the incremental change and shiftings that we're desirous of.
Excellent, thank you. So being intentional is important.
May I just add to that though?
Certainly, yes.
And I think it is important for us to pay tribute to the Ministry of Education and JTC, Jamaica Teaching Council, because outside of the Ministry of Education, who put forward 3 workshops for the year, JTC put together a lot of workshops for our teachers as well. And that is why I made mention earlier too about increasing budget. Because when we talk about increasing budget, because once you're talking about training, it is going to take it's going to take money. So let us take, for example, we have our guidance and counseling program. They go for training from time to time. Dean of Discipline going as well. Now we have the Secretary Association. They have to go. Principal Association. And then now it is now Principal and Vice Principal going. I mean, in short order, Principal will be doing their back to school workshop. Yes. And they are inviting their vice principals as well. So there's no way 16,500 per capita will be able to run our schools. You cannot do it.
So we're also hearing about accountability, which is extremely important. Thank you so much, Principal Ware. Before I move to a question from the audience, I wanted to ask Dr. Gales from the ministry. And in your presentation, you spoke about, the curriculum is grounded in learner-centeredness and constructivism. And you also mentioned about the numerous disruptions that we've had or we've experienced. And so I wanted to find out from you, how does this, when you talk about, learner-centered and constructivism, how does this take into consideration the disruptions? And what is in place to ensure that learning takes place even during a disruption?
Okay. All right. So in response to the many disruptions that we've had, what we've done with the curriculum, we have done what we have called the adjustment.
Okay.
I remember in COVID, we had the emergencies in education. Through the emergency in education program within the ministry, curriculum, teaching and learning is a critical component. And it looks not just on the curriculum, but the resourcing of the curriculum and the training of the curriculum. So in COVID, we had a flip where we had to go online, so we had to flip the resources to that being e-resources, all ensuring that it's still aligned to the curriculum. Going towards the assessment, we had to now revisit the areas of coverage for the assessment and the number of assessments that we did, lining right back to the primary exit profile. And coming now out of Hurricane Melissa, what we did, we published the essential objectives. And these essential objectives are those objectives that if you're teaching this topic, you must do these. Okay. So they are considered the critical. So we respond at all times, the curriculum respond at all times to what is happening in the society. And we even went further coming out of Hurricane Melissa, where we revisited the resources that we had to ensure that those resources are aligned to the essential objectives that we've communicated. And even the national assessment, we ensure that it too aligns to those essential objectives. So the curriculum is always responding to what's happening in the society.
All right, great, thank you. So, in meeting the realities of our children in the education system, you're also sharing with us that you are responsive in terms of or meeting the needs. Do we have any questions online? Ms. Ying, Ms. Ying? Are there any persons online with questions? We're going to check. Okay, no, all right. So we'll move to the second question. If you could just state your name quickly and to whomever you're directing the question, and let us go there.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dervin Cochrane, one of the members of PEMPA, but also an educational practitioner. I'm addressing it not only to Madam CEO, but also to other members on the panel, because they have touched on those very same matters. Okay. First of all, we all know that education is in a crisis. And my question is, well, it's kind of a loaded one, but why hasn't the government decided to take over all early childhood institutions, strategically taking them over due to the reason that many of our early childhood institutions are run by, normal, ordinary person, mom-pop type of operation, which they are not trained in early childhood, and implement a policy to have them mandated to be trained in early childhood, so we can rescue the children from that level, because early childhood is really creaking and it's basically falling. And it further is now exacerbated now by the recent COVID-19 pandemic that we had, that further exacerbate the situation in which I term that many of our children who have gone through that traumatic situation, they are basically COVID-19 damaged children because of what is happening, and we are seeing a manifestation.
So, Mr. Cochran, you're sharing your experience, and you're also trying to ascertain what. So, right.
Yes, ma'am.
So you want to direct it to one person?
Yes. Yeah, Madam
CEO, Dr. Gale, or if you could just provide a response in 3 seconds, if you can.
All right, so the short version is we are making strides, and I want to remind the public that these are private businesses. And so while the government would be willing and ready, because we do have a modernization program where we do take over some of these basic schools and make them infant departments or standalone infant schools, it is still somebody's somebody's business.
Right.
And if it is that they're not willing to give up, the government cannot. So we do work with these individuals. They are part of our training at the early childhood level. We have a trained teacher in not all, but come September, we will have an increase in the number of trained teachers in all of basic school. And these are private businesses. And we are paying a teacher in these institutions. And so we are making strides. What we have gone ahead and done, we have increased the number of brain builders. So while we're talking about the basic schools, the government does have brain builder centers where we pay for students or children to be in like a nursery setting at an earlier years, whereas the word suggests brain building. So they're getting the early stimulation, and we are currently working in that area as well. So it will take time, but if the persons are willing to hand over their business, the ministry, the government is willing to take it over.
Great, thanks for that, Dr. Gale. All right. No, one question per person. We're strapped for time, but you can have a conversation after. Next question quickly, please, sir, and then we'll wrap up this session.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Richard Williams. I'm principal at Gregory Park Primary School.
Principal at?
Gregory Park Primary.
Gregory Park. Okay, yes.
My question will go to Mrs. Thomas Gale, and the other members of the panel can respond. Now, as a principal, we're unable to cover the NSC within the specific year based on the content area. There are a number of factors that have contributed to this shortfall. Maybe too many content area, numerous activity days, fluctuated attendance of teachers and students.
Your burning question, eh?
Yes.
What is...
I'm going to give the question, but I want to set the background in the sense that, we have tried early morning classes, afternoon sessions, weekend classes, Christmas classes. And I'm going to just specifically focus on numeracy and mathematics. When the children do better in mathematics, it's easier for them to get their first choice school. No, we are not able to get all of the numeracy topics completed within the year because of the vast amount of objectives, activities. In addition, there is a gap with the teaching, how the teachers deliver, and who is trained in order to deliver the math. My suggestion.
Suggestion or question?
Suggestion before the question.
No, let's hear the question so she can answer.
What is it that we're going to do differently to have our students? If you looked at Dr. Carr's presentation, the mathematics started out at 43 and it's now at 67?
60. Dr. Carr, your math?
63. We cannot continue like that.
So you're directing our question to
yes, because
what do we need to?
What are we going to do differently to get our the teaching of mathematics, the improvement in the students' performance in the next 10 years? I know that we have the trends
So let me
target.
let me ask Dr. Carr if she could make a suggestion. Dr. Carr, you're willing to respond to that, or let me hear you?
Okay, so
You
what do
referred
we
to
do
your data.
with mathematics? Well, actually, I think the problem with mathematics is not the method, it's the content. I think our people who are teaching mathematics lack the fundamental understanding of mathematics as a conceptual subject area.
Excellent.
And so, if you're not able to transmit the idea to children that a number is a container of value, then fundamentally you lose already.
That's correct.
So I think that where we have to go with this comes right back to this university and goes right back to our teachers' colleges in terms of what we teach and how we teach in the building out of the content areas. And I think some people sometimes quarrel and say UWI too content heavy. But in truth and in fact, our graduates who leave here to teach mathematics in the classroom it's their students who do very well at CSEC.
So content is important.
So the content and the understanding of math as conceptual, as abstract, is very important. And I think that we have to get back to teaching content properly.
Okay. Thank you, Dr.
The suggestion...
Thank you, Dr. Carr. Let me hear from Ms. Harrison, who will give us the final response on that.
I actually just wrote something here. I think it was when Dr. Carr was presenting and when the matter of the specialists came up, that we perhaps need, I wrote high school trained content, but primary pedagogy skills.
Okay.
Yes, so the content is in depth, but you need the pedagogy skills to deliver it at the primary, at the early childhood level, because the problems we're seeing again coming out of the absence of the foundation, and they increase and replicate as we go throughout the system.
The suggestion I wanted to make was this.
Sure, go ahead.
To get teachers to deliver mathematics, we need 180 hours minimum. So I was thinking over 3 summers, we could do 60 hours, and the teachers who are already in service, they do 3 summers and get that, the pedagogy, the content, the methodology, all of that, to get it there.
Okay.
The entire nation, because we are weak.
Dr. Carr, in her capacity as dean, is saying that that's something that the university can work on, right?
Okay.
And then the charge.
There is a phobia as well.
There's a phobia.
There is something that almost like it pass on through genetics.
But Dr. Carr has mentioned that we can work on that.
The parents say, but me never know if you do math.
Yes,
and
right. So I think at the university level, Dr. Carr has mentioned that, that's something that we can work on. Dr. Carr?
I think in the absence of PVC, is actually building out a mathematics program for 17 Caribbean countries to retrain mathematics teachers in the content. I think even here in the SOE, we are thinking about how we teach mathematics. We have, in fact, UWI has a comparative advantage, and I say that without apology, in the teaching of areas of math and science, because we have the content departments.
Right.
But, I think there's something I want to highlight here that I keep hearing as well, and I'm troubled by it, because I keep asking myself, when we meet a child day 1, September, I went to school 1976, September. What was I required to have on that day? What literacy skills, what numeracy skills was I supposed to turn up with? I just dated myself. But my question is, 2026, September, when a child enters the primary school system, what skills and knowledge is that child supposed to have? And I keep getting a sense that they're supposed to already be able to read, jump, add, subtract, multiply, divide, do trigonometry, and do factors and functions. And I'm saying to myself, but that cannot be, because we have a system that is based on 1 year of schooling, 1 year of learning. So yes, they should have some foundational knowledge and foundational readiness, emergent reading skills, emergent numeracy skills, but I certainly do not expect them to be reading Enid Blyton.
No.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Carr. Question answered, thank you so much. And then
I just wanted to add though, Mr. Williams, in asking your question, you aligned it to readiness for an exam. And colleagues, I think therein lies our problem. We teach the child not for the exam. You have to put these children in the center of your teaching. The center of your teaching. And I will tell you, you will reap the reward at the exam.
All right, great. Thank you so much for that. Our final question, and then, ladies and gentlemen, it's 5 minutes after 1. We have our...
Before, Dr. I'm a card. He was my student, so I can call him that.
Yes, all right.
Just want to make another point, really, before we go. We keep talking about STEM, and let's talk to your CEO, because what STEM has done, the narrative around STEM has done, and I'm speaking as a dean of the faculty, what the narrative of STEM has done as a singular focus on where education needs to go is relegated the important subjects that come out of the arts and the humanities stroke. And what that means is that we cannot do physics without a strong underpinning reading capacity.
Yes, right.
There is no subject that you can do without having that strong basis. And I think we have to rework the narrative around ensuring that schools understand that math is critical, but so is language arts, so is social studies, and the importance of teaching these things in such a way that children, especially our young men, begin to identify with the literature and the history, because we are not graduating enough people from these areas to carry on a society, right? So I'm just going to stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Carr. Question from Amakard? Right.
Yes, my question is based on an observation that I've made, where I noticed that we have students moving to the secondary level who cannot read, being promoted from primary school. So my question is, what is the ministry's hope or expectations of secondary schools when those students are placed there?
Right. Response, Dr. Gale.
The national standards curriculum exists at grade 7.
Well, it might be.
Okay, so the national standards curriculum, it exists at the secondary level as well. And so the spiral nature of the curriculum will see the skills still be, the skills that should have been acquired at grade 6 still being developed at the same level at grade 6 in September. The same curriculum objective that exists in June are the same ones in September. And again, although the exam is in April, teaching and learning continues. My primary school teachers. It should. And so we should still be seeing the students engage in teaching and learning so that we don't have that shock when they get to grade 7 the September morning. What we have done, we have noticed the gap, and so we have, as I said earlier, we've included a literacy and numeracy component. But because of the pathway approach to teaching and learning at the secondary level, and we have identified and placed coaches in these instances, yes, there are still some gaps in that area and that entire program. But the multiple pathway is what the students should be prepared to be transitioning on. And since last year, we have rolled out what we have called in education the curriculum, instruction, and assessment roadmap. What that roadmap shows is what should happen to our students at age 4, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, right up until they exit at grade 13. So there are multiple pathways. Those who can go on the vocational areas, those that go on the traditional pathway, and those that go in the skills area. So that's the intent of the pathway approach at the grade 7, at the high school.
Thank you, Dr. Gale. And you mentioned about gaps, and I did hear Mr. Ware. He spoke about the inconsistent literacy, the limited ability to apply knowledge to unfamiliar situations. So I think that's something that is resonating with all practitioners, and as the ministry, Dr. Gale mentioned, that it's being worked on. Our final question, ladies and gentlemen, before we close, I will ask the presenters to think about one final word that you will share with us in 2 seconds. So while you think about it, I'm going to have the final question from the audience, and just state your name and who you're directing your question to, quickly. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Christie. I'm a teacher at Pisgah Primary and Infant, Dr. Gale. All right, my question is, NSC is PBL, 4C, and differentiated learning. So does the PEP truly measures NSC?
Yes.
That's your final answer, yes. Yes, it does.
Because one of the things is,
But that's your question. You said yes. You can probably just
so we're just having a
tell him
conversation.
why.
All right,
Give
and
him
so
a response as to why.
I can
Otherwise,
tell you
yes.
why. And I this is why when persons talk about the PEP, I say, tell me that it's not measuring what is intended. The primary exit profile is designed from the national standards curriculum. We went through a rigorous process where each objective, that big document you see at each grade level, we went through every objective and we see how it is that it should be assessed. And so when we write the items go through a rigorous process where it is piloted in rural area, rural urban, and in urban area. That's where it's piloted. And these items go through the process. They are piloted, then they go to contextual analysis where our teachers come in, look at them to say, yes, this is how it is taught. Yes, this is what is happening in the classroom. No, change that. So it goes through the process, and our teachers are at every level of the process. The marking of the performance task, it's done by our teachers. The items that are written for the assessment is done by our teachers, and our teachers who are delivering the curriculum. And the process of the test, in order for it to be reliable and valid, it must match to the curriculum that is being assessed. So the answer, yes. And I don't want to go any deeper to give you all my bush secret recipe about the test. But it is indeed through to it. And we do ask for persons to critique, to tell us if you see something that you're believing that is not really addressing what's intended. But when you look at the blueprint of the test, it matches perfectly as to what. And when the cuts are developed as well, as to know where to place them at beginning developing, that's also done with our teachers. And our teachers have to approve the test to say, yes, if a child answers this question, the child is beginning, the child is proficient. So every leg of the process, a teacher is there. So I think I might have to have the test developers invite you to be a part of one of the process.
Yes.
So no teacher participates in more than one leg of the process.
All right. Thank you for that, Dr. Gill. And while you have the mic, this is our final section. Just to ask our presenters, what's one thing that you want the audience to take away from your presentation? Or one thing that you'd like to share with the audience? So you just go ahead in 2 seconds and pass the mic.
So the National Standards Curriculum, it is still, while it's out for 9 years, it's not yet done what is intended to its fullest. And we can say this because of how we're really measuring or assessing to see the PEP is telling us the extent to which it's doing what it's intended. And so it still needs more time, but a curriculum is still going through review. We have listened to all that you have to say, we have done the research, and we're seeing where we need to address some areas and to fix some gaps. We will continue to look at how we resource the curriculum, and we really want our teachers to utilize the resources. I always hear we need resources, we need resources, and we go to the classroom and the computers are still in the box, the phonics charts not being used, the literacy 1, 2, 3 materials not being used, the One Academy, the virtual school classrooms not being used. The virtual school classroom is intended to present expert content into schools that have gaps, and that is still not being used. So teachers, resources provided must be used, and if it's not doing what is intended, we need to know.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Gill. Mr. Ware, your final thoughts? Want to share with us?
Thank you. I must say that this session was a beautiful one. And my final thought is pretty much to our parents. It is important for our parents to understand that school is a partnership. School is a relationship. There's no way we are going to have school effectively with parents not being a part of it. And they need to understand that it's not that we are expecting them to come into the physical space, understanding how to do factorization or any one of those mathematics topics. But it's important for them to come in and to provide support. We waste a lot of time as teachers trying to settle our classes, settle our classrooms because of the disruption that are taking place. And if our children came to us, with good manners and able to listen and to participate, right, then we wouldn't waste so much time, because we waste a lot of teaching and learning time to discipline, and I think that is taking away a lot from the curriculum. Separate and apart from that, I think it is important too, because there's a serious disconnect, and the disconnect I'm talking about, no, it has to do, we're talking about readiness, and we're talking about PEP and all of that. All our students, all 36,000 students did PEP, all 36,000 students. But of the 36,000 students that did PEP, how many of the 36,000 did CSEC? Because there's a screening process that takes place in many schools that need to be more removed. Students, once the students is registered to your school, the students should be able to participate in every exam. Because let us say, for example, we sign our students for exam, external exam, September, October. So if it is that you decide that the child did not get 50% to be signed, you still have the month of October, November, December, January, February, March, and April to get the child ready. Why didn't you sign the student? The ministry need to step in, and in stepping in to mandate as it relates to students signing writing.
And I hear
exam.
Dr. Gale says she agrees, all right?
Yes, because
thank you.
Because if all 36,000 did the PEP, why can't all 36,000 sit the exam?
Sit the exam. Thank you very much for that. All right. Mrs. Harrison, go ahead. Your final thoughts in 2 seconds.
My word. Jamaica needs to have an honest national conversation about the role and function and funding of education to produce that authentic Jamaican that we are desirous of. An authentic and honest, real conversation needs to be had. It is a society that has to make that determination of where we want to position education, to that we don't have 6,000 of 30,000 children matriculating to tertiary.
Yes, quite interesting.
Yes?
Repeat those figures for us again.
6,000. Yes.
Out
so
of the 36.
Out of 30,000.
30,000, sorry.
Matriculating or being positioned or having the qualification to access tertiary level education as we know it.
At 24,000, the masses, we're wondering where they are.
So we're having a challenge. And if we say, because I hear Dr. Gale, because if we say that they're going to go on to heart and all of these things, but we have to also be looking at the ability and the churning of the wheels to create the kind of productivity that we need. And the tertiary people will tell you again how important. So we also talking about the importance of early child cradle to the grave, but we also need to be thinking about tertiary education, because if we don't have a population that is tertiary educated, we're having a serious problem as well. So,
Thank you, Mrs. Harrison. And our final thoughts from the tertiary level, Dr. Kerr. In 2 seconds, you can wrap up.
Where do I begin?
Your final, yes. Share your passion with us. What's the final thought?
Well, this is how I'm seeing it. Jamaica is one of the few countries in this region that spends 13% or more of its GDP on education. That is a tremendous amount of investment. And as it is now, the bankers out there, I'm speaking to you, you understand what I'm saying. We're not seeing the return on investment.
Right.
So something is fundamentally off.
Yeah, there's a disconnect.
And I think that each sector needs to look, each of us in this industry, whether it's the schools, the teachers, the principals, the ministry, the universities, need to look at what it is that we're doing that is resulting in a negative ROI. So I think that we have some way to go to do that analysis, but I also think it's not a singular obligation I really think all aspects of the society have an obligation to do that, and I could run down each of them. So for example, I believe the JT has to be more than a union. It has to really be a professional organization that focuses on what are the conditions that our teachers work in and how we need to advocate for those changes and the kind of professional development that they need, the kind of understanding of child development, appropriate development, the science of learning. What is it that we need inside our classrooms? I think from the ministry's perspective, the ministry have to look at the rationalization of the funding. Over 80% of our funding goes to pay teachers. It means that for several years, the ministry cannot do capital development work unless it gets extra funding. Right? It has to be a different stream of funding. It cannot be government funding. So in truth and in fact, when we say resources are not there, it's because over 80% goes into paying teachers.
Paying teachers, right.
Also, when you look at it, early childhood, secondary education get 18 times more funding than early childhood. So when we put all of these things together, it is not just one entity. It's not just the ministry. It is not just the JTA, it's not just the schools and the principals, it's not just the university, it is all of us now, as the president said, that needs to understand why this education system is important to the future of our nation. In fact, the future in terms of whether or not we can participate in a global economy.
Yes, okay, great.
Can our labor force in the next 15 years, too far, 5 years, participate in the global economy? So we must teach reading every single day, 1 hour a day. We must teach mathematics every day, 1 hour a day, in order to bring up our children. I think it's an imperative, and we must also focus on the digital literacies, focus on issues around sustainable development and resilience. We must focus on how we help our secondary school children to begin to think of diverse career paths. So for example, this morning I learned from the news, there is something called a sports data analysis, and I'm thinking to myself, when did those sorts of careers arise? They arise in the digital age.
In the digital age, right.
And we are missing the boat. We are behind the 8 ball, and we need to catch up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Carr. So, ladies and gentlemen, PEMCO has responded to the call, the challenges that we're facing in our society. And we thought it very prudent to have the relevant stakeholders here this morning. And in giving the closing remarks, want to extend our gratitude to Dr. Gale, Acting Chief Education Officer, the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, for sharing her knowledge with us. And, you know, the questions that we got also gave her a charge as well. And so just to recap, we heard from our Dean, Dr. Diane Edwards-Carr. She spoke about the history of the curriculum and the challenges of relating to equity about the curriculum. We heard from from Dr. Gale in terms of the importance of the philosophy of education and the importance of ensuring that the learner, the student, as educators, we create a learner-centered environment for them, one that is grounded in constructivism. And our third speaker spoke about his observations and how his lived experience seeing students that transition from primary to secondary and perhaps having to mitigate some of these challenges. And the struggle that students face in terms of, reading, writing, mathematics skills, it needs to be improved. And we heard about the importance of the need to review the curriculum. Curriculum is, because society is dynamic, it's important to review the curriculum constantly. Parents, school is a partnership, and really the role and function of education, we need to have that honest conversation. And we heard from Dr. Carr in terms of the math, that 13% of our GDP is on to education, but is it showing? So we're having this conversation here, a necessary conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, panelists, I want to thank you all for being here. I'm going to now ask Mr. Tricia Ming, Vice President of PEMCO, to give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Marsha. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, in the words of Mr. Ware, what a beautiful conversation. Do you agree? Yes. Let me hear you say, yes, I agree. All right. So, as we bring this enriching and thought-provoking conversation to a close, it is my distinct pleasure to offer the vote of thanks on behalf of PEMCO. It has been inspiring to see what happens when educators, policymakers, researchers all come together with a shared purpose. We had a valuable discussion about the primary level curriculum and how we can keep improving students' outcome. So let me start by thanking our speakers and our presenters. And when I call your name, I know if you look to my right, you'll see 4 lovely people over there standing, ready for duty. So as I call your name, you'll stand and you will be presented with a basket, a token of our appreciation. So first, a special thanks to you, our keynote speaker, Dr. Dion Edwards-Carr, for setting the tone for today's discussion and for challenging us to think deeply about opportunities and realities surrounding curriculum implementation. And I will also say, Dr. Dion Edwards-Carr, she taught all of us. Yes, she taught all of us. Thank you, Dr. Carr. Next, we also appreciate congratulations, Dr. Terrian Thomas Gale, for acting Chief Education Officer from the ministry, for sharing the ministry's plans about curriculum development. Miss Terrian Thomas, she whispered, not doctor yet. Congratulations and thank you very much. Now, thanks to Mrs. Lasagna Harrison, and in the words of Mr. Ware, our very own Vibes Cartel, to how she came with the energy, for connecting our conversation to real-life experiences in school leadership and offering a practical perspective from the primary school level. And Mrs. Lasagna, we thank you. And then, still echoing the words of Mr. Ware, our very own Beres. And I want him to know that Beres is just as good of a lyricist, don't it? So, Mr. Ware, thank you for sharing the important secondary school point of view and showing how the curriculum shapes a student's readiness and success. We appreciate your expertise, your preparation, and dedication to improving education. Give them a bigger round of applause for me, everybody. I also want to thank the PEMCO Conversation Planning Committee, you saw them working, for your hard work, your careful planning, and the attention to details. That is the reason why we had a beautiful function today. Special thanks to the PEMCO executive body and all the PEMCO members for your ongoing commitment to our mission of fostering thoughtful discussions and meaningful actions in education across the Caribbean. We sincerely thank the University of the West Indies, MONA, the Faculty of Humanities and Education, and the UWI MONA Library. We value our ongoing partnership and commitment to advancing education. So Dr. Wilmot, thank you for coming. Professor Kincaid, thank you for coming. And for all the other faculty members, we thank you. Thank you to UWITV for providing live coverage and helping us reach a wider audience. Thank you very much, UWITV. And also to add that JIS was here earlier, so thank you, JIS. Also, Book Zone, we are grateful. Book Zone provided us with the refreshments. So after our session here, we'll all be refreshed. So Book Zone Limited, they were the ones who generously sponsored that, and Fui Flavors Catering Company, who I'm sure you're going to enjoy the flavors over there. Thank you to our chairman, Professor Thompson, who had to leave, our moderator, Dr. Black, our rapporteur, Patricia Forrester, technical support, registration team, and all the volunteers for your hard work in planning and running this event. We truly appreciate your contribution. To you, everyone sitting here today who joined us in person and online, thank you very much for your insights and how you helped to enrich this conversation. So as we leave today, okay, so special thanks to Ms. Davis from the School of Education and also Ms. Wall from the University Library. Thank you for coming, and we value your participation and your partnership. Thank you. So as we leave here today, let us carry forward the ideas, recommendations, and partnerships from this conversation. Let us continue working together to ensure our curriculum meet the needs of all learners and prepare them for success in an ever-changing world. Dr. Carr just spoke about a career just popped out of nowhere. We didn't have that 10, 15, 20 years ago. So it proves that our world is really ever-changing. So thank you so much for being here, sharing your ideas, and for showing dedication to education. Travel safely, and we hope to see you again at our next PEMCA event. Have a wonderful afternoon.